Good evening. This is the meeting of the Groton Board of Education being held on Monday, May 27th, 2025. It's in central office, and it's being held in person and online. The first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask Ian, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
No, thank you.
No? Okay, Melanie. All rise to the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next item on the agenda is recognition and participation of visitors and delegations. I'd like to recognize this person tonight. He is not here. It's Ernie Koshmeyer. He was voted as the Director of Food Services for the state of Connecticut. So I'd like to give a shout out to Ernie. He has served our district well and served the students in Groton well. The next item, I'm going to ask the board. I think the superintendent sent this by email. If we can move the agenda around and the student reps can give their report. Is that fine?
That's fine with me. I'm not in favor of that.
All right. Matthew, are you in favor?
Yes.
Jen?
Yes.
Adrian?
Yeah.
I'm in favor. Dean?
Yes, ma'am.
Jay, are you in favor of letting the student rep speak first?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, hi everyone. I would like to start with the dates first. There's a couple of important dates that are coming up. This Friday is senior prom at Mashantucket. The senior exams start next Thursday, and the underclassmen exams start June 9th, which is the following Monday. Senior awards are June 5th, underclassmen awards are June 3rd, athletic awards are June 9th, senior field trip is June 4th, and graduation is 13th at 4:30 p.m. The National Honor Society was inducted the newest members on Tuesday, May 20th, and the BSU shoe drive raised 44 pairs of shoes that are going to the New London Homeless Shelter. And today, yearbooks were distributed at the high school, and cap and gowns have also started distributing. And there's still time to get yours. Today was the first day. Tomorrow, MYP personal projects are going to be on display in the high school library from 10 to 12. And IB students will also be presenting their IB CAS projects.
The AP and IB testing has been completed, and the scores will be released in early July. Today, the advanced PE class took a field trip to Adventure Mystic in downtown Mystic to go kayaking. The junior prom was a great success, and there has been an overall positive feedback on using the GMS cafeteria instead of the Fitch Gym for their venue. And the instrumental Pops concert will be held at Fitch this Thursday at 6 for anybody that would like to come.
Any questions for Melanie? No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is comments from citizens in regard to agenda items and other subjects of concern that lie within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education. This is the portion of the agenda where the board welcomes comments from citizens. Each presentation should be limited to 5 minutes or less, and citizens should, if possible, submit written comments. Presentations should be related to matters pertinent to Groton. Board members will only ask questions in order to clarify the speaker's presentation and cannot respond during comments of citizens portion of the board meeting. All comments must be directed to the board and not any individual board member or individual member of the administration. Citizens should make their presentations from the podium and state their name and addresses for the record. Since we have such a large crowd tonight, I would ask if you can keep your comments to about 3 minutes. If you want to speak, can you raise your hand and I'll recognize you to go up to the podium to speak.
There's a sign-up sheet.
That's a sign-up sheet?
Mhm.
Okay. you. Okay, the first name on the list is Porsche Bordilon. Can you please limit your comments to 3 minutes?
I heard you, 3 minutes. Thank you very much. My name is Porsche Bordilon. My address is 24 Jefferson Drive, Groton, Connecticut, Fitch High School graduate, mother of 2 kids that graduated from Fitch. I served on the RTM, and I currently serve on the Groton Town Council. I'm here tonight because, I'm one of myself and one other counselor who was in support of the full Board of Education budget. Nobody else was. So that was very hard for me to digest. So first, I just want to say, wow, thank you for showing up. Get involved, and to the youth, get involved in your local government because you guys enact change. With that, next Tuesday, there's a meeting at 6:30 at the Groton Town Annex across from Fitch. Come voice your concerns about the cuts that the town council made to this Board of Ed budget. Come out, sign up, you get 5 minutes to speak. Your voice should be heard. With that, I just want to say that I am astonished, disgusted, frustrated, emotional, and angry that the proposed budgets, I understand cuts have to be made, right? It's beyond your control. You submitted a budget. Town council cut it. RTM cut it. But then when the superintendent, her first line of cuts that you guys were reviewing at the last public meeting were directly impacting student enrichment programs like swimming, ROTC, and many other programs. I have the list if I should go on. How is it that we are making that our first line cuts and not looking at other ways to efficiently cut the budget? For example, not targeting, but we have, when I looked at the budget, when I reviewed the budget for the town side, and I won't say the person's name, I'm speaking of the job, we have a communication director that makes $85,000. When I scored every other town, they don't have a person who just does their ads and communication. That is a place, unfortunately, we would hate to lose that person. We would hate to lose that position, but that's $85,000 that we don't have to have. It's a nice thing to have, but if we cannot fund it, why is that not being proposed to cut? Why are we looking at swimming and fencing and ROTC and other enrichments that directly impact the students? Taxpayers first. Families here are taxpayers. They send their schools to Groton. Why? Because they want enrichment programs, not just the education. We're funding IB with classes of 7 and 10, and now we're looking to cut other things. I feel it's a misuse of money. I feel there's better ways, and I'm just astonished that the first line that came out was cuts to enrichment programs. As a Fitch graduate myself who ran track, cross-country, indoor track, Groton has always struggled for some reason to meet the needs. Fencing, we show up with one less coach than every other town. We're already struggling, and yet your first line is cut to those programs. I'm a full supporter of football. Love football. I love marching band. No cuts to football were proposed. Why? Why are not all sports being treated equally? I have concerns here. This is a unified sport, swimming, fencing, marching band, other things. ROTC is a curriculum. My son went on a full ride scholarship to Maine Maritime because of the ROTC program. That is an academic enrichment program. We are a Navy community. That should not be where we're cutting our money right now. So to the Board of Ed members who chose to make that decision based on what the superintendent presented, I ask you to withdraw your motion today and reconsider this immediately. It is a concern. I want you to make an appointment, make a special meeting, and start going line by line for the budget. You knew the town council didn't support your budget weeks ago, and nobody has made an emergency or a special meeting to go find that money. I looked at other towns. They realized after COVID that the cleaning supplies were up, so they cut some areas there. Paper towels. People aren't washing their hands as much, unfortunately. There's other ways to make that work, but to nickel and dime $5,000, $10,000 here on the backs of our students, it's just not right. And as a taxpayer, if you truly are here for education purposes, that would be where you're looking. There's other places in your budget that you can be cutting. I just spoke to the IT director tonight, and I said, hey, are you going to get your little internship people back that are paid? And he says, as of right now, they're not being cut. Why? We don't have to have interns. That's another nicety. That's a nice thing to have. It's not a must thing. That's not what's helping all of these students.
Time's up,
It's a great program to have, but those IT enrichment kids could be cut this year as non-paid positions. So again, dig a little deeper, and to the superintendent, there's got to be some other places to work at. You cannot start there. Look deeper. How about here up at the admin building?
Porsche, time's up. Thank you.
So again, things need to change in Groton, and this is not how we do it. And it shouldn't just be here it is. And then that night, you guys were saying we have to do this very quickly.
Porsche, time's up. Porsche.
Yeah, I will. I'm closing. The finance director is coming in, and we had to get this done, and people quickly voted. That needs to stop immediately. Change needs to happen. It starts now. Save our programs. Our enrichment programs are our schools, and they are needed.
Next is Jennifer King.
If I'd known Porsche, I wouldn't have come next if I followed her. My name is Jennifer King. I'm at 62 Pearl Street in Noak. I'm speaking tonight in support of keeping the boys and girls swim teams for Fitch. Before taking a drastic step like this, much like Porsche said, I would encourage you to look at the athletic program as a whole, the budget as a whole, and figure out where cuts can be made before you do something so drastic as to take away a sport that many people can be active in, all different walks of life do swimming in particular, and it is beneficial to everyone on the team and everybody in the room to have those people there. I have a son who's a junior on the Fitch boys team this year. My daughter is in 8th grade. She has been recruited by Ms. Conlon for 2 years now, and she is so excited about this program. Both she and her 7th grade brother were on the Fitch middle school team this year, and are excited to go back to that if that happens again. This is something that our family feels passionate about. I'm thankful for your willingness to hear the community speak on this, particularly because we weren't so fortunate with my son's other sport, which was sailing. We found out a week before school started that we weren't going to have a sailing team this year. So we didn't have any opportunity to fight that. So we would like the opportunity this year to do that. As a junior, I'm sure that you know, we're looking at colleges, we're looking at competitive programs, we're looking at potentially swimming, potentially being recruited, hopefully getting some money towards college for that. We can't do that if you take this program out. Going to Waterford is not a strong option because they have a meter pool, not a yard pool, and that just makes a big difference when we're talking about swimming. There's also the opportunity to swim with your team that you've been swimming with for a long time. You build up a lot of leadership and knowledge and ability to help others, and the empathy and drive and strength that these students come to when they pull together and are working for not only their team but to improve their individual performances is really a fun thing to see. You should see the last guy in the pool swimming a 500 and how everybody there is cheering for that person, because everybody knows how hard that is and how miserable they are and how much they want everybody to finish. That to me is teamwork. That to me is not trying out for a team and being the best guy on there so you get to wear the jersey. This is everybody gets to get in. And everybody, whether you're neurodivergent or have a different issue going on with you, or whether you are just a really fast swimmer, you're on the same team and you're working together. And everybody is really supportive of that. That kind of leadership, that kind of empathy, that kind of teamwork and determination to get everybody over the line is really an exciting thing to watch. And it's something that we lose when swimming leaves Fitch, because we don't have that anymore. I know you understand the positive impacts of the team, of having a team, but the negative impacts of pulling it away without having anything in its place is really difficult. To have my son lose both of his sports and opportunities at leadership and opportunities to advance and impress colleges is really, really difficult for us at this point. And that to me is disappointing that we didn't have more follow-up to that. In addition to that, the boys team, which I have more experience with, is amazing. They're really good. At ECCs, they place first. They regularly win their meets. We have 4 of the 12 swimmers went to states. 2 in individual placed in the top 20 in the state in their divisions. I mean, not in their divisions, in their strokes, their individual events. A Fitch swimmer was named ECC Swimmer of the Year. That was Evan Hesper. The ECC named Katie Kochmore as the coach of the year. The day named Sterling Welsh the swimmer of the year, all district. These guys are good. They work hard. They deserve to continue and finish out their high school careers doing the sport that they love and they spend a lot of time with. I don't have as much experience with the girls yet, but they have been amazing. They show up even to the guys' events. They're there scoring and timing, and they're just as involved. And I know, given this crowd, they are going to be even louder than the boys team when they're finishing this up. So, thank you very much for your time.
The next name on the list is Tom Hesper.
Hello, my name's Thomas Hesper. Can you guys hear me? I live at 148 Crosswinds Drive, Groton, Connecticut, 06340. That's my address. Just a quick little background about myself. I was stationed here back in May of 2000. And back then, I'd go to downtown Mystic and have a bite to eat, maybe a couple of drinks while I was in the Navy, supporting our country. And I thought, man, Mystic's a great place. Great place to visit, great place to live. I want to live here someday. And eventually, after about 12 years, I bought my first house in Mystic, Connecticut. And now I have a house in Noak. And it's a great place to live, right? But what makes it great are the schools. What makes it great are the programs. What makes it great are the people who compete in those programs and who try, right? And it should be fair for everybody. But to have a budget where we say, oh, this one program is less important than another program, that's very unfortunate for everybody. Jen and Portia talked about it. You got great people on that swim team. Very competitive. I don't know if you know this Class L finals. Fitch swimmers, boys, placed 10th. With 4 people. 4 swimmers placed 10th in the state of Connecticut, competing against schools like, I don't know, Fairfield Prep, Greenwich, New Canaan, right? Those are powerhouse swim teams. And we placed 10th. And you're talking about cutting these programs. Does anybody know how much the football program cost last year? $66,000. Does anybody know how much the boys and girls swim teams cost combined? About $64,000. And then there's another line item on the budget. Let me see. Other expenses, sports, $151,000. What is that?
What are the others? Yeah.
Yeah, what's other expensive sports? Huh? So what I find, and I'm not trying to be combative, I'm just upset and frustrated because we found out about this about 3 days ago, that our programs were potentially being cut. So I got some questions I'm going to ask the board that I'd like to know as a concerned citizen and a parent and a taxpayer. What is the breakdown of running a high school swim team? What are the financial contributions, if any, do the sending districts for the co-op provide? What portion of the swim team's operating cost is actually paid by Groton? If its swim team moves to Ledyard or Waterford for the boys, what is Groton Public Schools paying for their students to these towns? What is the cost breakdown? Is it going to save the town that much money? Can we cut a small amount from all the other programs, like Jen said? Make everybody pitches in and makes cuts, not just at the detriment of one group of people. To me, that's not fair. To me, you all are not doing your job. If you cut one program, you target one program, that's poor. You guys are elected officials. You're supposed to speak for the people, not for the football program, not for the basketball program, not for the baseball program, but all programs. And it's a shame that you have to do this. So look around you. Graduating senior, graduating senior, graduating senior, junior. I mean, holy moly. The majority of the girls' swim team is here. Because you're about to take away their potential livelihood, if you think about it. It's an enrichment program as Porsche talked about. Some of these kids are going to swim in college. Some of them are not. If you're a swimmer, who in here has swam besides the kids on the team? You realize how bad that sport sucks. It requires dedication. It requires attention to detail. You got to shave a quarter second off your time, and that's going to be on your turn. You execute a poor turn. But for the most part, you're not racing. What you're doing is you're sitting there and going up and down the pool, staring at the bottom of the pool. Now, you throw a football player in there or a baseball player in there, and you say, hey, for the next hour and a half, you're going to go back and forth and stare at the bottom of that pool. No trees to look at while you're running the track. No birds chirping. Just you, the water, and maybe somebody else's feet that kick you in the face when you go a little bit too fast. Right? But it teaches grit. It teaches determination. It teaches strength.
Mr. Hesper, your time is up.
Thank you. It teaches all those things. And I say to all of you, do your job. Make it fair for everybody. Pull from other parts of the programs so that we can keep the swim program. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Layla? Hi.
I'm going to also be talking about the possible cut on the swimming program. I'm a freshman at Fitch High School. I come from a long line of Fitch Falcons. My dad, my two brothers, and lots of aunts and uncles all attended Fitch and played sports. This was my first year on the Fitch swim team, but I've been swimming for 8 years. On the first day of practice before school started, before I knew anyone who went to the school, I was terrified. Believe me, I was shaking. But as soon as I stepped onto the pool deck, everyone was so kind and welcoming. Our coaches went around and asked everyone our favorite events and showed us the warm-up. After this, I got told about so many of the fun things we would be doing as a team throughout the season. It instantly felt like family, like I belonged. During the season, I always had someone motivating me to push harder and a shoulder to lean on whenever I needed someone. So many traditions got introduced, like Logo, Taylor Swift Day, Jeopardy Day, pasta parties, and breakfast after a Saturday morning practice. At meets, everyone was always cheering each other on while we swim. After a bad race, we will comfort each other, and after a good one, we will be happy for each other and congratulate each other. There are just so many traditions that would be ruined if the swim team gets cut. All my life, I have worked hard to be on the Fitch swim team. And now that I am, that shouldn't be taken away from me and many others who are on the team as well, or who are working hard to be on the team in the future. I have had so many idols who are on this team and who are still on the team today. The Fitch swim team, the girls' Fitch swim team, finished second place in ECCs in 2024, and has taken second place many years before. All of our varsity swimmers have made it to state trials, and a good majority of these swimmers made it to state finals. The Fitch swim team is one of Fitch's best performing sports, so I cut this because of some numbers on the spreadsheet. Those numbers don't define our team. I'm done.
Next is Brian Noak.
Good evening. My name is Brian Noak. My address is 16 Fallon Road, Pawcatuck, Connecticut. I am here as a parent of a registered Fitch Co-op swimmer. And before my daughter, we had two boys who both were state-level Fitch Co-op swimmers as well. We've been involved. Yes, state champions. So we've been involved with this team, with this co-op, since its inception back in 2014. So first off, we'd like to express all of our appreciation for everyone who's really working hard to keep these girls and boys swimming together. Without the Fitch Co-op, there is no swim team at Stonington, and that's why I'm here speaking tonight. You know, we're a Navy family. When we So when we were planning our move from Norfolk up here back in 2014, we narrowed our town search to 3 towns: East Lyme, Groton, and Stonington, because of the swim teams in those towns and the homes that were available. The only home that really met our needs was in Stonington. When we found out at the time that Ledyard had cut their swim team, which meant that Stonington was up in the air and probably wasn't going to have a swim team, we were really worried. We started looking elsewhere. We finally went back down to Virginia, kind of despondent. Our realtor did call us back and say that Stonington had signed a deal with Fitch to co-op. And right then we put our offer in our house, and we've been living there since 2014. Groton's a great town. You know, we've been extremely thankful to have all 3 of our children participate in this co-op, and it's really been key as a military family to helping them integrate themselves into the town and the school system. So since the 2014 boys season, the Fitch Stonington Co-op has yielded the strongest swim team in the ECC. They break long-standing records. They compete at state and opens, even earning champion designation. This past year, the girls placed 5th in the Class LL finals, which is just amazing because of the teams that they swim against. The whole team is committed to success: the coaches, parents, athletic departments, and, of course, the swimmers. Now, I'm going to go off script at this point, and I can submit these comments, too. Swimming is a very hard sport to keep up. Over the past 10 years, we've watched other programs get defunded, or their pools just get too expensive to keep operating, and towns like Ledyard, thankfully they've refunded their programs. New London, Wyndham, I know NFA's having problems. The list can probably go on. If Fitch gives up on their swim team at this point, then who knows what's going to happen to swimming in the ECC. At some point, it gets too hard to even maintain the momentum, and then the whole ECC will be without swimming. And where would this southeast portion of Connecticut really be if a town like Groton and Stonington, and believe me, my wife and I were going to go to work on the Stonington budget, too, to make sure that Stonington is actually contributing what it should be to this program. I think it's important to invest for our communities and all of us to really invest the time and money to keep things like this going, because, my God, when I look at the sea of red and black here, this is well worth it to go after and help preserve this. So again, please, let's redouble our efforts, both in Groton and Stonington and all the other towns that participate in this co-op, and see what we can't do to keep this program running, because, you know, killing Fitch Swimming, which has been putting out very strong squads for over half a century, would be an absolute travesty. Thank you.
Next is Mary McKenna.
Hello, I am Mary McKenna, and I live on 249 Woodruff Drive, Mystic, Connecticut, CT 06355. I'm a junior at Fitch High School, and I have been swimming all 3 years. I'm here to tell you a little bit about what the Fitch Co-op Girls Swim Team means to me and what I would be willing to do with my community if asked to help. But first, I want to thank Mr. Romano and Mr. Brown for finding another option for us to swim, and for Coach Katie and Ledyard for welcoming us into their swim co-op. Despite this, Avery Point is the home of the Fitch Falcons co-op swim team. Every single Sunday, I dread the upcoming week, and by Monday morning, my stomach churns uncontrollably, wishing it could be anywhere but Fitch. I'm very quiet, and I don't have many friends, so Fitch feels very lonely to me. The only thing that used to keep me from begging my parents to send me to another school is Fitch Girls Swim. I love everything about it, from my teammates to my coaches, to our difficult sets, and last but not least, our home pool at Avery Point.
Every day after school in the fall, my teammates and I catch up on how school went at Avery Point. We get food in the vending machines, eat our snacks, and get our gear bags. Then we all get into the pool with our Fitch caps that I have dreamed of wearing for years. While our practices are often long and hard, we cheer each other on throughout the sets and laugh at each other's or our coach's jokes. Sometimes Coach Molly would look over the bulkhead and remind me to breathe less, which I did for a 100, then went back to breathing every other. After practice, we happily go to our coaches to spill all the tea, or what others call gossip, and hopefully find out early what races we are swimming at the next meet. This school year, though, my junior year, has been better. Most mornings, I talk to some of my teammates in the parking lot, I see my teammates in the hallway, and I have a class with one of them. My coaches truly know me. They know that I'm actually not so quiet and that I have a lot of opinions. They know how hard I work in and out of the pool, but also that I am an extremely picky eater. Fitch Girls Swim makes me feel seen. Now, because of the Fitch Girls Swim team, Fitch doesn't feel as lonely. It was at Avery Point where I have always looked forward to swimming for Fitch since I was 9 years old. It was at the Avery Point pool where I finally had coaches who believed in me and gave me a chance. It was at the Avery Point pool where my teammates and I have pushed ourselves and hit some of our personal best times. It was at the Avery Point pool where we all have amazing memories. I hope that my final season as a senior is filled with the same wonderful memories at our home pool. The Avery Point pool is the home of the Fitch Falcon swim team. We can definitely make this work. You just have to give us the chance. Reading back on this, maybe I should have talked about our team's success on and off deck, or our work ethic, or all of the equipment we have fundraised for, or how a lot of us are lifeguards and swim lesson instructors helping foster the next generation of swimmers throughout our community. But hopefully others will talk on that. I just wrote what this team has meant to me. Thank you for your time, and I hope to swim my final season as a Fitch Falcon at Avery Point.
Next on the list is Bridget Doyle Cussy.
Good evening. My name is Bridget Doyle Cussy. I live at 790 Eastern Point Road in Groton, and I am a mom of a rising senior swimmer. On Friday, I was wrestling our velociraptor of a German Shepherd at the vet's office, and I received 3 texts. First one, big news about high school swim. That could go either way. Second one, I can't even right now. Now at that point, the 90-pound trembling velociraptor is sitting on my lap. And I was like, girl, same. And then just a second later, can you pick me up? Now every parent knows those words mean I am beyond my teenage capability for handling life right now. The day unfolded as you may imagine it would when a bomb literally blows up in your lap. But after the initial shock wore off and I was beginning to feel some pretty big feeling, I remembered one of my favorite lines. It's a mantra, really. It's from Ted Lasso. He says, be curious, not judgmental. So I'm curious. How did we get here? I'm curious about when these new co-ops actually started taking shape. And 4 days is really quick, guys. Optics are really not good. I'm curious about why wasn't anything mentioned sooner? I'm a daughter of an educator. Usually the budget development process, you might find a problem. Oh God, Lord, alarm bells, there's a problem. You notify the parents of the families affected. You have a discussion. You garner support for the budget. You rally the troops, so to speak. Why have we never been seen as partners? I'm curious why this was dropped on a Friday afternoon before a 3-day weekend. I'm curious why there was so much misinformation out there regarding the actual costs, why the budget is so murky, why are there quarterly reports not available online? I grew up in Clinton. I know the superintendent there very well. I looked online, and guess what I found? Quarterly reports. revenue reports. Right there, you can Google it. I'm curious about the actual details of these co-ops. How much will it cost? What will we be paying for? I'm curious about why you are trying to guilt swimmers into accepting a huge change, guilt them into compliance for approximately $31,000, I think I last heard, in pool rental fees between the two teams. The town decided not to build their own pool. We also don't guilt football players or track athletes for the cost of new fields, tracks, stadiums, to the tune, which I totally support, by the way. These athletes need good things, right? What are we at now? Like 10 million, 12.5 million? I mean, big numbers, 31,000. Guys, 31,000. I'm curious if you know. I looked at Maggie, man, you're killing me. I'm curious if you know that athletes that participate in swimming and diving have among the highest GPAs of student athletes. That's according to the NCAA. Stop it. And I'm really curious why you seem to be eager to offload our swim teams. These are teams with an over 50-year legacy onto other towns. Why, when met with obvious and clear resistance to that plan, you still seem to want to die on that hill? Who benefits from this? It's certainly not them. God, I'll be honest, it's really hard not to feel judgmental. I am trying. I can only hope that we informed you about our teams, their value, our amazing student athletes, and our concerns about moving forward with the proposed plans to go up with Ledyard, St. Bernard's, and Waterford. Sorry guys, this is bad. If I piqued your curiosity about the sport, we'll be back in the pool soon. I really, really hope. I hope you can find us at every point, and I hope we're still Falcons. Thanks.
Lucy.
Good evening. My name is Lucy Doyle Cussy. I live at 790 Eastern Point Road in Groton, Connecticut. I'm a rising senior FIP swimmer, and I'm a resilient individual, innovative learner, a socially aware citizen, and engaged learner. I am in the top 10 of my class and was recently inducted, along with my teammates Jillian, Lauren, and Mary, into the National Honor Society. I am confused and honestly disappointed. I have done everything that you have asked. I have taken honors classes, AP classes, IB classes, done my homework, gotten good grades, and played sports. I'm often the first one at Saturday morning practices and earned the ECC Sportsmanship Award in my sophomore year season. All I want to do is compete for my high school. The proposed co-op to save swim would mean that I wear a Ledyard uniform. As a rising senior, I've begun to reach out to colleges. I really want to swim in college. I've talked with a number of different college coaches that you might be proud to have a student athlete at some of these schools. There are certain times that I need to be able to meet in order for these coaches to back my application. While I take full responsibility for my choices and efforts in and out of the pool, the changes to this season could absolutely have an impact on my ability to achieve these times. Mr. Brown and Mr. Romano asked all of us swimmers on Friday how we thought our parents would handle this. Clearly, not well. Honestly, we are all confused. Why were we not given a real chance to save Fitch Swim? We swim miles before the sun is up. We could certainly figure out how to make this work. And as products of the Groton public school system, we achieve more because we believe more and we definitely care more. Thank you.
The next one is Emily Tarnelli.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at today's meeting. My name is Emily Tarnelli. My address is 24 Valley Road in Groton, and I'm here to advocate for the continuation of the Fitch High School varsity swimming program. I graduated from high school in 2021, swam for 4 years on the Fitch swimming and diving team, and served as a captain my senior year. After high school, I was an NCAA Division III swimmer at Mount Holyoke College, where I competed for 4 years. Next year, I will be getting a master's in journalism at Stanford University. My time as a Fitch Falcon was transformative. It was instrumental not only to my collegiate swimming career, but to my own personal development. During my first 2 years on the team, I swam under then head coach Brandon Biondi, who had just taken up the mantle from Ken Berg. After each event I swam, Brandon would ask me, "What did you think of this race?" At the time, I wasn't used to that. I was used to my coaches telling me what I did right and how I could improve. As I continued swimming with the Falcons, first under Brandon and then under then head coach and now assistant coach Molly Condren, who asked me similar questions, I realized that my coaches weren't searching for a right answer. As I progressed as a swimmer on the team, I became more conscious about my technique and the way I approached a race. Seeing my coaches didn't need to ask for my opinion, I launched into it on my own, carefully analyzing each aspect of my event and my form. They were never quizzing me, they were teaching me to be aware of how I swam, and ultimately I got faster because of it. My Fitch coaches taught me an important skill, the ability to self-reflect, self-coach, and to develop my own ideas, and not just rely on what others tell me. This lesson I learned through swimming as a Fitch Falcon helped me grow as a person and significantly prepared me to swim at the collegiate level. Because of the Fitch swim team's dedicated coaching staff, my determined teammates, and the excellent facility at Avery Point, I was able to build on a foundation of care and athleticism that eventually led me to collegiate swimming success. I would not have been the athlete I was in college without my 4 years as a Falcon. So what does that mean? These are your current swimmers. I invite you to look at them. I'm standing up here, you're all looking at me, but I invite you to turn and look at them. They are driven. They are highly successful in the pool and in the classroom. They represent you. And they are really fast. They are consistently ranking high at the conference and state level. Many of them will go on to excel in a collegiate swimming career, and that will be because of the excellence of the Fitch Falcons varsity swimming program. For these athletes and for the future of all Fitch swimmers and divers, I urge you to keep this team as a team of Fitch Falcons. Thank you.
Next on the list is Bradley Sherman.
Good evening. My name is Brad Sherman. I live in Mystic. I am the father of a Fitch co-op varsity swimmer.
Could you give your name and address?
Oh, my address is 29 Hinkley Street, Mystic, 06355. It's really hard to follow up on all of these speakers. They've been phenomenal. I think that everyone in this room can agree on certain things. We can all agree that these programs are unbelievable programs. They are enriching to not only the participants of the program, but to the community as well. Every one of these swimmers and every one of the past swimmers, they have all been great citizens, great students, great members of their school communities. We can all agree on that. We can all agree that swimming is a grueling sport. It's a very unique sport. It's a very cohesive sport. These teams are like family to one another. There's no disagreement, I don't think, in this room on any of that. The disagreement, what we can't agree on is what happens tomorrow, okay? And what we can't agree on is, the methodology, how we came to this room tonight. It just seems like, I watched the YouTube video last week from you folks. It seems like it was very, here's something on the line item. Okay, move on to the next item. This is why everyone's here tonight, to kind of put a little bit more flavor to that line item and why it is important to not just the people in this room, but to the community and to the schools. These kids are great participants in their schools. They help non-swimmers every day. They're just good citizens. All of these kids are. So what we can't agree on is what happens tomorrow. And I think I speak for the parents and the swimmers. We want to work with you folks. What are the solutions here? I don't know the solutions. I'm not an educator. I do know that if we're given the chance to sit down with you folks and hammer out solutions and work something out, we will come to a meeting of the minds that benefits not only the schools, benefits the swimmers, the student athletes, benefits the town. So we can all agree on everything, on all these things, and maybe we can all agree to just sit down and pump the brakes a little bit and see if we can't hammer out a solution that works. Because I think, as you can tell, we want to be heard, and we think this is a valuable thing for everyone. And I will just, I know my time is coming up. I will tell you that, I'm a parent of a freshman swimmer. Having a kid go from 8th grade to the high school it's scary. Right? It's very daunting. It's a different environment. And I think one of the biggest factors in my daughter's success as a freshman in high school, and it's hard being a 14-year-old girl anywhere. It's hard, okay? One of the biggest factors in her success, in her confidence, and her being the great kid that she is her swim family that she met. And everyone just helped her. Everyone enveloped her. And, I really just want to put more flavor onto the line item. That's really what I want to do. So I appreciate the time. Thank you for letting me speak.
Next is Kat McKenna.
Hi, my name is Kat McKenna. I live on 249 Ridgewood Drive. I am a class of 2024 Fitch Co-op swim alum, and I'm here to support my sister and the current Fitch swimmers, some of which I had the pleasure to swim with in the last 2 years. Before I begin, I would like to express gratitude for those who help these students find another place to swim. I am grateful that my sister Mary gets to swim her senior season like my brother and me, but I have to be honest, I thought her senior night would be at our home pool, Avery Point, and she would be wearing red and black because we are a Falcon family. I want to first provide you another perspective. Groton is both, as many of us know, a coastal and a military town, thus water safety instruction and support is really crucial. As a lifeguard and swim instructor for the town and city for the past 3 years, I confidently say that this swim team has been integral. Many of our swim instructors and lifeguards for the town's swim lessons at Avery Point are former and current members of Fitch Swim. When I worked at Eastern Point Beach last summer, myself and 4 other lifeguards swam multiple seasons with Fitch. Additionally, Fitch swimmers keep our military community safe and guard in the sub-base. By cutting this team, you must be aware that you are putting our coastal and our military communities at risk. I also want you to consider the perspective of Groton youth. As a young girl learning to swim, I was inspired by going to my brother's high school swimmers at our home pool, Avery Point. Youth involved in our town's soccer, lacrosse, football, and baseball teams
see themselves in our high school athletes on our home fields. Please realize that you are taking away positive role models for our next generation of Falcons. Now, from my perspective, this swim team has helped shape me into the woman I am today. In my junior year, Coach Molly encouraged me to coach for Girls on the Run at Mystic River and later at Groton Middle School. Through her guidance, myself and some of my teammates have gone on through this program to serve our community. Her amazing support with Fitch Swim and Girls on the Run allowed me to grow confident as a leader, something I've struggled with in the past. This led me to receive a leadership scholarship from Mount Holyoke College, my dream institution. This team supported me and gave me the tools I needed as a student to succeed. At Mount Holyoke, I study history and politics. A common narrative I've encountered in my classes is that leaders often lose sight of their community. It is disheartening to come home after my first year of college and see this trend happening to my own. I asked Superintendent Austin and the Board of Education to please turn your attention to the students who have shown up tonight. So I want you to look at their faces. And all of you, please look at their faces. Take a second, and I want you to remember these students' faces. When you made this decision, you were looking at a spreadsheet of numbers. These students are not a line item on a budget spreadsheet. They are brave, dedicated, and kind individuals who are here tonight to stand up for the team that they love and the pool that is their home. I now ask all of you, how do you want your narrative to go? Are you going to lose sight of these students and their team? Are you going to cut this program? Or are you going to be remembered as someone who stood with their students and their community? Thank you for your time.
All right. Hello. My name is Evan Hesper. My dad spoke previously. I also live at 148 Crosswinds Drive, Groton, Connecticut. And I just want to give some information on what the swim program has done for me and some of the other members of the boys swim team. So, currently, our two captains, myself and William O'Donnell, have been awarded the Naval Reserve Officer Training Corps Scholarship. Yes, and so that is a $200,000 scholarship, and we are both currently planning on attending WPI. I and myself am also currently waitlisted for the United States Naval Academy. We also graduated a couple years ago a Coast Guard Academy cadet. His name is Luke Lambert. And swimming has allowed me to build the skills to be successful, to not only win that scholarship, but to also prepare myself for a life in the military. It has taught me determination, grit, and a lot of people and communicating skills on how to improve and how to be better. Yeah. Swimming overall is like a lot of people have said, a mind-numbing sport. You stare at concrete and some more concrete. Occasionally you see daylight, look at more concrete. But yeah, so it's really hard. And it would be a lot harder if we had no swim program at all, because then that would not give students the opportunity to challenge and to push themselves forward. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Katie Kokomore, 48 Sequin Drive here in Groton. I am the head boys coach for the Fitch swim team. Evan, I coached for 4 years as well as these other guys. Also, I'm the head coach for the Ledyard girls swim team. So, having Fitch and Ledyard, Fitch and Stonington come to Ledyard would enhance our program there. But that's just greed on my part, wanting to steal all the good swimmers. Not that we don't have good swimmers at Ledyard, but... However, we talked about the present. We talked about, we have some former swimmers. I think it's wonderful that our former swimmers have come out and to testify. I've been with the program for 20 years. 4 of my own children went through the Fitch swim program. I can think of, off the top of my head, 6 Fitch co-op swimmers who attended or are attending military academies. My own daughter included, at the age of 28, learned valuable leadership skills. She is the commanding officer of a Coast Guard cutter at the age of 28. I don't think she'd be there without swimming. I know we have others in the community. My other daughter is the executive director of a nonprofit. She again learned leadership skills. I'm talking about my kids because I know them the best, but we have police officers in this community. Matt Hammerstrom was an All-American in college at Southern. He still went back and helped coach. He came back to the Fitch program. My assistant coach, Dakota Williams, was an All-American at Fitch. He returned to the program. These kids are not only interested in themselves, they're interested in the future, they're interested in giving back to the community. That is a foundation that was born, okay, not all of it in the pool, but a lot of it in the pool. Because like David said, it is a grueling sport. 6 o'clock on Saturday morning in February, there are icicles inside the wall of the pool, inside the building. And we're still fighting for that facility because it's the best in the area. That's not easy at 6 o'clock in the winter to get in the pool. But they do it every week. Sometimes it's because they know there's going to be a good breakfast, but they still do it. And I want to make a correction. We sent 8 out of our 13 guys to state. 4 of them went on to state opens this year. The only team in the ECC in our immediate area who sent any swimmers to state opens. And they placed very well. We had a state champion relay team just a few years ago. You go to Avery Point and you look on the wall and look at the banners, how many All-Americans we have produced over the years. And these kids have come back. They have helped us at practice. They have filled in. They've come back to encourage their former teammates, to cheer for them. They're standing here in this room today. That foundation is born with Fitch Swimming. Thank you.
Hello. My name's Anna Orphanides. I live 876 Shenandoah Road in Groton. I didn't think I'd be speaking today, but after seeing everyone here, it's very clear, I hope it's very clear to all of you that we care so much about this team. And it's more than just a swim team, because there's like so many people here. It's crazy. You have to stand. There's no like seats. It's crazy. And that just shows like a testament to how important this team is to our community and to our school. And yeah, I was in Ireland when I just got back from Ireland on a family vacation, and I didn't, in the middle of my vacation, I got an email that this team might be gone, and that really shut me down, and I was pretty upset. To get that message with kind of like no warning and I just felt like it wasn't really, this team wasn't thought of, this family wasn't thought of, and as I've been swimming for basically my whole life. I started competitive swimming when I was 5. And swimming is not really an appreciated sport sometimes, in comparison to other sports. I used to play soccer, so all sports are great, but swimming has a really special place in my heart, as a soccer player would say as well, and I feel that it's unfair to take away this program. I feel like because swimming is not sometimes appreciated, through my experience, I'm tired. I'm really tired of being forgotten and being just disregarded. This year, we were at the high school, and we were waiting to go to state finals. We had like 10 swimmers. 13 swimmers, thank you. And they forgot about us. They forgot a bus. So we sat in the gym for an hour, and we just sat, and we hoped that a bus would come. And eventually, after an hour, a bus came in a minibus. Not even full bus, but that's okay. It worked. So then we sat in traffic for about 2 hours, and we got to the pool, and there was about 20 minutes to warm up. And as the team captain, I was really frustrated because the whole season we had worked so hard just to get to this point, and we had been forgotten, and we had been just left to the dust. But, of course, because these people around us and because the community that we have built through this opportunity, we were able to get it together, and we ended up getting All-State in 2 of our relays, and also breaking a 20-year-old record. And that's all due to this program. And I'm a senior, so I'm going to be leaving, and to hear that this program is in danger of being just pushed off to Ledyard or well, we love Ledyard, but yes, I'm very glad in that we were able to talk with Ledyard and figure something out. But also, I want to talk about a little bit about the statistics. That is an outdoor pool, and because our swimmers are so fast and so dedicated, a lot of them swim until November, which in New England is really cold. And to be in an outdoor pool in New England is really hard. And I don't know if you guys have ever been to the vat, but there isn't really a locker room. There's like 3 bathrooms, like 3 stalls. So on our team right now, we have like 20 girls, plus added Ledyard girls and St. Bernard's and everyone. That's going to be like a lot of people, and we're all going to have to try to change in a 3-stall bathroom. That's not really practical, and it creates a lot of tension, and it's really hard for our team to grow. And as I'm going to be able to swim in college, and that is a very large part due to the fish swim team. Everyone on that team works incredibly hard, and the coaches spend hours and hours on sets and everything. And to see that just be pushed off is really disappointing. And I've seen the junior class is amazing, and all the underclassmen are amazing, and they've worked so hard to get to where they are right now. And it makes me really frustrated and sad that I have to leave, and that my team, my family, that we have worked so hard to get to this point, it just has to start all over again. After everything that we have built, I think this program and a lot of other programs have a really important impact. And I'm also a swim lesson instructor, and I love teaching younger kids to swim, and knowing that my swim lesson kids won't get the opportunity to swim at Fitch or in their hometown after like all that I've taught them, and seeing them grow in confidence makes me really sad, and I'm tired of putting in all this work and for it to be not fully appreciated after all the extreme consequences. Also, all the Fitch team is like one of the best student athletes. Like everyone in here is like has a really high GPA, and they work really hard, not only in the pool but in the classroom. And there's data to show that, and I think swimming helps them keep active in their studies. They need a place to escape, and they need a family to help that. So, thank you.
Mine's quick. My name's Gabriel Pacheco. I live on 334 High Street, Mystic CT, obviously. I'm a student athlete. I'm a sophomore currently. I've swam on the Fitch team for 2 years now. When I was a freshman, before I had started swimming, my sister swam on the girls' team. At their first ECCs, I was sitting on the bench watching them all swim, and I was thinking, wow, I can't wait to be a part of this. People were cheering, people were all screaming. I remember seeing 6 or 7 people in the final 400 free relay all screaming at Delaney as she finished her final 100. It was an incredible moment for me, and it kind of boosted my passion. As everybody in here knows, standing on that block before you're about to dive in is the largest pump of adrenaline you'll ever feel. It's an incredible moment, and I don't think I could ever live without it. I'm addicted to it. And as a swimmer, I've experienced firsthand how much this program offers, not just those of us on the team, but to the broader school and community. Cutting the swim team's funding would not only weaken a successful athletic program, not just in boys, but in also girls, but it would also take away critical opportunities for students to grow, learn, and stay healthy physically and mentally. Swimming is more than just a sport. It teaches discipline, time management, resilience, and teamwork, all of which translate directly into the classroom and live beyond school. For many of us, it's a vital support system. I've seen teammates find confidence, motivation, and even academic improvement thanks to the structure and encouragement the swim program provides. Our team isn't extravagant. We operate efficiently using our funding for essentials, safe and regular pool access, coaching staff, transportation to meets, and basic training equipment. When we were brought up in the meeting on Friday, I was told that my coaches might not even be able to coach me. I've been there for 2 years and had Katie Kochmore and Dakota Williams. Both have been fantastic. Dakota, being an alumni, has also helped me. He's an incredible athlete and an all-American swimmer who has helped me progress in multiple different ways. Swimming it's one of the most inclusive sports. It allows participants across a wide range of abilities and backgrounds, including those who may not feel at home in other sports. And I've seen swimmers like Sterling Welsh over there, who won ECC Swimmer of the Year, and then a brand new swimmer named Ethan, who came from St. Bernard's, had never touched the pool before, was welcomed with open arms. I understand the need for tough financial decisions, but I urge you to look for the long-term value this program brings, not just in medals or trophies, brought by also Sterling Welsh, but in shaping strong, healthy relationship between individuals. Investing in the swim team is an investment in our community's future. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mackenzie Moore. I live at 186 Dolly Drive in Stone, Connecticut. And thank you for hearing us. I'm really grateful to live in this town where we're able to be up here voicing our opinions. And I know you're probably thinking by now, like, okay, it's been an hour. We know that you love the team. But I just want to share with you, I received the news Friday, middle of the school day, and I was with my best friend, Emma, who's also a member of the swim team. She can't be here tonight, unfortunately. But she showed me her phone, and on it, she was like, oh, my God, look at this. And I was like, what? Like, what's going on? And I read the text that Audrey had sent of a screenshot of an email talking about how the swim team might be disbanded, and we both just started sobbing in the middle of chemistry class, and then we went to the bathroom, and it was just that difficult to hear. I'm a junior. I walked on this fall, and so I've only known most of these girls for about a year, but I love them. They're my family. I can't imagine it any other way. And Avery Point is our home. I think that's really what I want to say up here is, it's a bit of a love-hate relationship, as it is with any sport, where you practice, there's a lot of memories there, hard memories, but also good memories. I remember sitting this fall in the traffic for, hour plus, because Mystic traffic, trying to get to Avery Point. And, but it was okay because we were going to Avery Point. We were going to see our coaches, Molly and Allie. We were going to be together at that place where we just loved it. Like karaoke in the locker room, Saturday morning breakfast in the lobby, and for us girls going to the boys' meets, timing them, cheering them on. And I take so much pride. I go to Stonington, but I take so much pride in my Fitch cap, my Fitch swimsuit, my Fitch colors, my Fitch merch, which you see everywhere here tonight, and our Fitch jackets, which we raised money for this fall, and we might not be able to wear them. And we might not be able to wear them. And that's really sad. Thank you.
Hi, my name is V. Sherman. I live at 29 Hinckley Street in Mystic. I know you guys have heard like a lot about the Fitch team already, and I wasn't really planning on speaking tonight, but I was inspired. I'm a freshman, and so far I love the team. I do club swim with a bunch of the girls on the team, and it made the bond stronger between everyone. And I don't know, my times, like me personally, my times have gotten so much faster being on a high school team. Like my coaches, they push me so hard. Like I'm a distance swimmer, and I used to like hate distance swimming. Like I would like hate it so much. But I love it now because Allie and Molly, they push me so hard to keep doing distance. And I hate doing it, but I love the 200. It's my second favorite. And I was at my cousin's house when I got the message on Friday, and I just sat there. And I sat there and I stared at my phone and I was like, "What the heck? This is the worst news in the world." And I was kind of panicking. But I really want this team to be together. Like this is my family. I need it to be together at every point. Yeah, that's it.
Good evening. My name's Audrey Schrag. I live at 44 Denison Avenue, Mystic, Connecticut. I'm a sophomore at Stonington High School, and I'm also the treasurer in student office. I didn't really plan on speaking, but everybody's said such great things that I agree with. I try not to be redundant, but the Fitch co-op swim team means so much to me as to everybody else here. It's socially really just a great sport because I've met so many people and so many people that I will continue to stay in touch with and that I've just made like lifelong friends with. And not only that, but physically too. Like everybody works so hard, and the past 2 years I've made it to state opens and a few other people have as well. This year, Anna Orfanitas, Jalen Wheeler, Addison Filling, and myself broke the 200 free relay 20-year-old record, and just doing that was just so like amazing. Like it was just like I don't even know. It was so great. I don't even know what I'm saying, but like I don't know. This team just means so much to me, and I would hate for it to like be taken away. And like not even the girls team, like the guys team is so successful. Like so many people don't really appreciate swimming, but considering the amount of people here, like I think you can see that it's a lot more popular than it gets credit for. But yeah. The team's great. I think everybody believes that, and I really just want to continue swimming for the next 2 years. Thank you.
Allison?
Good evening. My name is Allison Calusi. I live in East Lyme at 27 Laurel Hill Drive South. I am a Groton Public Schools employee as the head coach for the last 4 years of the Fitch Falcon Co-op. I'm very appreciative for all of you for hearing us tonight and very, very proud in the students that have spoken here and thankful for the alumni and parents that have shown their support. And I ask you and urge you to reconsider what you are doing with this cut. From what I have been told, a variety of numbers have been tossed around, and you have heard emotions and strong, wonderful stories about the swimmers that we produce, but I know you're looking at a bottom line, and I understand that. I went back, well, first, I got a text message after this news was put out. I got a text message from the athletic director at Avery Point saying, what's going on? And I said, "Oh, you heard," because I had not told him that's not my place. I said, "Listen, my students would like to rally and speak to the Board of Ed Tuesday. They want to know how much the pool costs." And he said $100 per hour, which is exactly what I had thought. He said, "I had heard that there may be a request for a renegotiation of the fee and that I am open to it. I, as a coach, am also open to changing how we practice. We practice 12 hours a week, 6 days a week in 2-hour increments. I have offered to cut our pool time by a day or two in favor of gym time to be done at a gym that we could hopefully get access to but would not have to pay for in Groton Public Schools. I was told that this athletic director needs a little bit of time but would be willing to work with us. We pay a slightly higher rate on meet days. I believe, don't quote me, I believe it is $120 per hour for meets. Using both of those numbers, again, I am the girls coach, so I was doing the girls team math. I calculated for our 14-week season this year, our pool cost should have been, taking into account practice days, days we were out of the water for any reason or canceled practice, days that we hosted home meets, and days that we were out of the pool for away meets, which we should not be charged if we are not there that day. To my best knowledge, I calculated a number of $13,540. I've heard numbers thrown around of $63,000 for the whole thing, $32,000 for boys and girls, $15,000 for the girls, $17,000 for the boys, $45,000, and I want to make sure that you know that. Some people have mentioned that we have fundraised much of our own money. The girls have asked you to look around a few times, but I'm not sure if you saw any tags when you did. Lucy has one. That Fitch Falcon jacket, which we fundraised almost $4,000 for, you can imagine your fundraisers, sure, we might be sending a fundraising request to grandma or an aunt in another town, but the majority of them are people in this community who support this program. Those tags are still on the jackets. They arrived the day before the state open. Our state open relay teams of just 4 students who were able to compete that day made it that far, wore them proudly to the state open. The rest of the jackets remained in a bin in my basement with the tags on for a cute picture at the banquet, but then hopes of wearing them the next season. Just 3 years ago, the boys and girls team collectively fundraised over $10,000 to buy a brand new touchpad system for Avery Point. It's a weird pool with a weird bulkhead, and we need custom touchpads for it. So my questions are, where in the world is that going to go? My basement is already filled with random Fitch Falcon storage. I cannot take on touchpads. If we are not swimming at Avery Point, I hope someone has a plan to offload these brand new timing facilities. The year I first started, Fitch paid $1,000 to buy a used timing system because we needed something very quickly. Then a few years later, we upgraded. Fitch and Stonington came together. Fitch's contribution was $2,500 for an upgrade to a new timing system. We have used that for 2 seasons. It is brand new. We have 3 bins upstairs full of fins and paddles and kickboards, other things that I'm wondering, where in the world should they go? Avery Point stores them for us very nicely, and because I have a close relationship with their athletic director, we have a scoreboard there. It says home of the Fitch Falcons. The students have told you about the All-American banners hanging there. That is our pool. That is where we would like to be. Molly and myself, as the girls' coaches, have these students who have swum so far in the past few years, first in Class L and then in Class LL, against huge teams. Our record-breaking relay that you heard from this year was the runner-up at Class LL, the largest in the state, to Greenwich by 0.3 seconds.
Good job,
Thanks to our showing at trials and #1 seed, we were looked at by other teams who knew we were an underdog and giving us sort of a nod, nod, wink, wink. Molly and I have made connections with other coaches from big swim schools. Greenwich, New Canaan, Cheshire, Norwalk, Glastonbury. As a school, we represent Fitch, and we love representing Fitch. I cannot even imagine what it would be like to return to Class L or Double L trials or finals next year, go to these colleagues with whom I have met and cheered along my relay to almost get Greenwich last year, and have them look at me and say, "You're an assistant at Ledyard now?" Yes, it would be a personal embarrassment, but my embarrassment lies much further for Fitch, because people know us across the state. You don't get known by big swim teams across the state for doing nothing. And I want to be able to continue to say, I am coaching one of the top teams in the state, the Fitch Falcons. Thank you.
Amy McKenna, 249 Ridgewood Drive, Mystic. The last time I spoke about something I believe in before this Board of Ed was over 25 years ago. It was about something called the House Program, a place for ninth graders filled with love and learning. It was a Fitch family. Of course, now many of those ninth graders have children at Fitch now. I do as well. All 3 of my kids swam for the Falcons. Some would say it's a full circle moment then. I'm speaking before this body again to address you not about a house, but a place called home, the Fitch Falcons swim team and the Avery Point pool. Budget season is tough. A lot of stress. A lot of adding, subtracting, figuring out how to make it fit and how to make it right. From what I can see, the athletic director worked tirelessly to make this cut end well for our team. Stay together. Bring your coaches. Work with a coach that's already part of our family. The pieces fit. Still, the girls, in their brand new jackets, chose to speak to you tonight. They lost their pool. They lost the Fitch Falcon team. After the meeting on Friday, they even heard that their rival team already bid on their practice slot at Avery Point. It all seemed so unfair to the Fitch swimmers. My daughter said, I feel like it's a slap in the face to see their own town invest in all of the other athletes and leave one team behind. Their team. You see, if asked, if given a chance, the swimmers would have come to the table to work out how to make the pieces fit, without ending a program, without closing the door on a legacy that means something to them. Sure, they are flyers and freestylers, but they are also smart, innovative young women, and they are unafraid to ask you to consider, maybe reconsider your investments, to give them a chance to fund it themselves if need be. They've already raised plenty of money for the future of Fitch Swim. They can do it again. Their season begins in under 3 months. This cut feels to them arbitrary, sudden, unfair. It feels that way to me too. They weren't given any time to help make it work and keep their team. But because the pieces fit, some would think they should just accept the circumstances, submit, be quiet, be grateful, rather than be agents of change and speak up. After all, they did get a pretty good deal. It's risky to talk. Maybe they will lose the consolation prize. Likely, it's risky for me to even talk now. when my youngest daughter, on the cusp of her senior swim season, asked me, "Will you speak for the team, Mom?" my only clear answer was yes. The current Fitch Girls Swim Team has 2 coaches that moms and dads see as role models, that kids admire as heroes. They cultivate a season filled with miles of hard work and dedication. They invest everything they have to build a true swim family, filled with life lessons that are invaluable to young women. Submission and silence are not among those lessons. The town chooses to adopt Avery Point as its community pool. And rather than build its own pool, it allocates the hourly fees to invest in keeping Groton swimming. The Avery Point pool is the home of the Falcons. Our banners are there. Our team belongs there. And our team deserves a chance to keep winning for Fitch, to keep wearing red and black, and to keep being Falcons. The school district should continue to adopt the Avery Point pool as the home of the Falcons. The team and their fans, we will back you. Put us to work. All you needed to do was ask.
Adrian, you have 2 letters you want to do?
One. All right. Yeah, this is a letter from a resident. Sorry, I gotta put my glasses on here. Andrea Frickman, she didn't put her address, but she lives on Warren Ave in Groton. Said, I write to you today as a parent of a Fitch athlete to urge you not to eliminate the Fitch co-op boys and girls swim teams for next year's budget. While my son is not on the team, he previously swam for the Mystic YMCA and shared the pool with members of the Fitch swim team. I witnessed firsthand the sense of community and personal growth that swimming fosters in young athletes. I understand the district faces significant budget cuts for the upcoming year. However, I ask that you and the rest of the board take time to identify alternative areas for cuts, rather than eliminating a program that has brought so much value to our students and community. During a recent meeting, I heard concerns about the lack of financial contributions from other schools participating in the co-op. However, I did not hear the specific details about the efforts made to engage those districts in cost sharing. With a co-op consisting of Fitch, Stonington, Wheeler, and St. Bernard's, it seems reasonable to work collaboratively to find a fair solution that keeps the swim teams viable. If this program is cut, the athletes will be forced to swim for Ledyard, reducing the Eastern Connecticut Conference to just 2 teams, a significant blow to the competitiveness and vitality of the high school swimming in our region. As stated on the Fitch High School Athletics website, Fitch High School believes that appropriately conducted high school athletics can be among the most important elements in preparing our student athletes to be fully educated adults, increasing the likelihood that our students will develop the essential skills and desirable attitudes and habits articulated in those documents is the primary reason for maintaining the diverse opportunities for interscholastic competition at Fitch High School. Swimming is a sport that requires mental and physical discipline. Many are scholar athletes with some of the highest GPAs in the school. Fitch has been one of the most competitive swim programs in southeastern Connecticut, sending athletes to compete in college and contribute meaningfully to the wider swimming community as coaches and mentors. I urge you to uphold the mission of Fitch High School athletics by preserving the co-op swim teams. Let's find a way forward that continues to support our student athletes both in and out of the pool. We got a few emails today, so I tried to mark off everybody that was speaking. Carter Wheeler, as he spoke, all right, he said, after 1 year of swimming for the Fitch Co-op, I've made connections with both the swimmers and team. Even though I will be able to swim with my fellow teammates again next year, whether that means with Ledyard Co-op or not, it will be sad to lose the love we have for being Falcons. And then Lauren Bullock, has she spoken? All right. This team has been one of the most meaningful parts of my high school experience. It's hard to explain just how much it's helped me grow, not just as an athlete, but as a person. It's where I found purpose, support, and peace, where I truly feel I belong. Taking it away would mean losing something that's helped shape who I am. It's more than just a sport. It's part of our lives that we care deeply about. I really hope that you'll think about what this team means to us and reconsider the decision. And then Olivia Noak. For me, the Fitch Co-op team is one of the most supportive, uplifting, and motivating experiences I've been lucky to be a part of. Whether it be in the pool or elsewhere, teammates are there to support you and lift you up. Though I've only been part of this team for one season, the people I've swam with will be always remembered as teammates who are fighting for each other to do their best. And to do their best. As a freshman, I felt so welcomed by everyone around me and hope to do that as I go into my sophomore year. I can be just as welcoming to the next group of incoming swimmers. This team means so much to me, the connections I've built around it, and the way it has shaped me as a person and a swimmer. I will always feel a sense of pride for Fitch Girls Swim, knowing that I'm part of something so memorable and important for every single person on the team. And then Lara Schrag also wrote a letter. I think this one's, I'm just going to read the first paragraph of it. I'm writing in support of maintaining funding for the Fitch High School co-op swim teams. This program plays an important role in the lives of many students, offering not only athletic development, but also valuable life lessons in discipline, commitment, and teamwork. As a parent, I've seen firsthand the positive impact of swimming on students' physical health, academic performance, and personal development. And then I will, I think all the board got this, but I'll attach it to the minutes.
Thank you.
And I think I got everybody, and I apologize if I didn't. Yeah.
Okay, that finishes the sign-up sheet, but I give somebody a last chance if anybody wants to speak. Going once? Going twice? Okay. Thank you. Thank you all, especially the students, for coming out and supporting what you believe in and advocating for your sport. Good job, you did. Good job. Thank you. Next is on the agenda is response to comments from citizens. Any comment, questions, just to clarify what they said. Keep that in mind when you're commenting.
That was during their presentations, I thought.
Excuse me?
I said I thought that was just during their comments that we could ask for clarifications.
Yeah, I think
my understanding of response to comments is we can share a statement.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead, Matthew.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank some of the faces I recognize, many I don't, but I'm really grateful you come out and risking speaking for others. I probably am not the only board member who feels that way. Your academics, your extracurricular activities are important in your formation as adults. Tonight's experience may be as important as those because it's giving you a chance to see how government functions. We're the hair on the pimple of the tail of the elephant when it comes to governance, but we are the government. I am now going to speak only for myself, not for the board. The board will do whatever deliberations the board is going to do, and I'm not going to even second-guess that. But I heard 3 questions that really moved me. I'm curious, not judgmental, said Mrs. Kusi. How did we get here? Why were we involved so late in the process? I think that was Miss Kusi, I'm not sure. Kusi the younger, as they say in Rome. And then our own said, all you needed to do was ask. So I just want to talk about context. We're facing budget cuts. We went to town council and the RTM and made the best case we could for why we needed what we said we needed, that it was not wasteful, that it was pinpointed. And I don't want to say we failed in the sense that we did wrong, but we certainly were not successful. Last year, the previous year, when we had a budget cut, and it came to the RTM, correct me if I'm wrong, there must have been 70 to 100 people who came and spoke. This year there were 3. So, this has nothing to do with your budget request and the specifics of the need here. But pay attention to what the school board is doing. Pay attention to what you ask. And if you feel that you want to have the only people who go, the majority of people who come say, we don't want our taxes raised, and that's a legitimate position. But if you want that to be the majority of speakers, so be it. But if you feel that what you believe in, what you want for your children, what you want for your friends and yourselves is worth fighting for, we're late in the season, guys. We're late in the season. You can make some good points. You know, if we cut a little bit of every budget, we have 400 people here, each one saying the same thing. We're up against it, and we're going to do our best. I'm going to do my best, and I believe my colleagues will too. Thank you.
Anyone else? Any board members want to respond?
Yeah, I have many thoughts on this. I don't usually respond to citizens because I think we should speak as a board in general. But I do want to speak maybe at length here. Sorry. My message is...
You're going to have the same amount of time, Mike.
As what?
As everybody else.
Okay.
3 minutes.
You know, we're going to get
3 minutes.
Too. We're going to speak on this too. This is the only time we're going to...
When are we speaking on this?
When we move the agenda along and we go into the budget.
Okay, so we'll see. My main message is that we need to keep both swim teams as is. This was an 11th hour adjustment that got plopped in our laps without notice and with poor information and inaccurate information. So that's my position. And I know that our committee of the whole met last week and we voted on rescissions and we voted on a modified, it's called a budget tracker for rescissions. The version we voted on had $0 in cuts for the swim team. $0. Look, it's online. I've got it too. We also had $0 of cuts for arts and supplies, music, and everything else. Somehow, those cuts came back in without board action or input. That upsets me. So I'm upset about that, like just as a board member. And so I do want to say where that came from was originally the superintendent brought an initial cut of $60,000, which has been mentioned, and then it was $45,000 for pool cost savings, and that's what the pool cost was said to be. We recommended 0, and then it got put back in for this meeting through the superintendent. So I've got many swimmers in my family. I'm not a good swimmer. I need a lifeguard. That's my wife. I'm not a good lap swimmer. I've swum in the Avery Point pool, and my problem is I'm told that I need to breathe and kick. But other than that, I'm good. That said, I spent a long time in that pool, and it is the Fitch pool. The red and black banners have been there through my memorable lifetime. And I graduated from Ledger, and I do think it's, we should have our fish swimmers wearing fish colors. So I'm not a good swimmer, but I'm good at numbers, and these don't add up to me. And so these are the numbers that have been presented in different times. 45,000 pool costs, that was Superintendent Austin. I think Mark Romano agreed with that. The numbers we've heard tonight with regards to the Avery Point athletic director, 13,000 for the girls team, and then let's just double that, say, and get to 26,000. So what is that? Quite a bit, like 19,000 less than the 45,000. I know, I'm pretty sure that 45,000 already, I was pretty sure is an overestimate, because in our approved operating budget for this current year, in the function code for student activities, 1,500, there's 441 object, and that is the rental budget for all sports, anything rental. Swimming would be included in that. that whole thing is $33,000. So unless we're way, way overspent, I don't think it could possibly cost $45,000. I did a little investigating. I know we're not supposed to do that as board members, but I did look it up. It took me about 2 minutes. My dogs were running crazy outside yesterday. In the approved budget for the Stonington Public Schools, they have a swimming rental for Stonington High School swim team, $3,500. So, and I looked at this year's one too. It looks like there's a rental for $3,500. Probably the same thing. I'm not sure on that. But so they are contributing at least $3,500. It could be more. That's at least the rental part. And actually, I think athletic director mentioned that there's some other in-kind contributions. So that's the specifics. I'd like us to stick with what our committee of the whole already recommended, which were no cuts for this. The timing's too close, especially for the girls' season, but lest we have the boys' season sneak up and go unnoticed, I think we shouldn't cut that either, even though there's more time. More generally, much more generally, I am really bothered by how the process unfolded, because it is so important to engage stakeholders in a meaningful way. And the way you do that is early and often, and get their inputs. They ask, well, we could work with you. Not given a chance. I don't think the board was really given a chance in this, too. And so I think the board and the school system particularly need to learn from this, the penalties of not engaging stakeholders and the missed opportunities that come from that. And this isn't the only situation that happens with. And so the board's been put in a tough position. It's been a rushed process. It's been kind of dumped in our laps here. Thank you all for coming out. It's really, really important. And so since it's in our laps, it's squarely, I think, our duty to have an affirmative statement in the budget deliberations tonight, funding these two to the fall. And by the way, we don't have itemized numbers for each team anyway this year, which is an oversight. But funding it to the full, whatever that might be, and then
Might be way over 5 minutes.
It feels quick to me.
I know.
then-
You're getting into the budget now, and
Huh?
we're going to go talk about that. So you're getting into the budget. So
I can say it twice. It's fine.
Oh no. Mike, your time's up. Really, seriously, your time's up.
Okay.
All right. And I just want to say, you can investigate anything you want to investigate. That's up to you if you want to do that.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate the passion. I get it all. I knew people were coming, more people than I thought were coming. But that's fine. That's fine. I've done the same thing myself with something that I've cared about. For whatever it's worth, my wife was on the Fitch swim team many years ago. I will not put a year on it. I'll let you guess. And she did make a point when we had kids, and we had 3 that went through Fitch, although none of them were on the swim team. The first one should have been, but he just elected not to. That a basic life skill in this area was to be able to swim. So just throwing that out. I can swim enough. Once upon a time, I was PADI certified diver. I don't dare do that without more training, but fun to breathe underwater, I'll tell you that. If the people who don't dive, it's pretty fun. I made the point, I think the last time we met, probably last week, because there was a lot of heat about the suggestions, the superintendent's suggestions. And my point with that is, superintendent is free to make her suggestions. We are free to make our suggestions. Okay? We do not have to adopt her suggestions. But it's the usual case here and elsewhere. If anybody's got any better ideas, then go ahead. So, what I do recall, I think you're right. Well, first of all, we have not had a formal vote on this. There may have been yays, nays, what do you think, consensus, lack of consensus, etc. I do seem to recall that the swim item was a point of contention. And for my money, and I usually hate broadcasting my vote ahead of time, but for my money, the amount of money we're talking about is, and I'm not suggesting we do this, but I'll just throw that out there, is within the actuarial margin of error of our health insurance program. If we need to find money for the people to swim, for Pete's sake, it's got to be someplace else. I don't get that. And I will say, and this is for my part, I don't know how anybody else feels. I didn't walk away from the line item. I walked away from the line item discussion thinking, I'm not sure that I understand this. But I did not. I was not given the impression that this meant the end of Fitch Swim. That's a blockbuster to me. And I really am sorry and disappointed that this has been presented as a done deal to the point where somebody else is bidding on our slot. We haven't even voted on it. This is a larger problem. That's all I'm going to say for now.
Anyone else? Ian?
Yes, thank you. First off, I just want to thank every single one of you for coming out tonight. Greatly appreciate it, and I hear you, and I am in alignment with my colleagues here in expressing, I cannot adequately express my frustration with the situation as it's unfolded. But before I go on to that, I also want to thank the student representatives for staying. I think, and I do believe it's important. I mean, you were representing the student body, so it's good that you're here standing with your colleagues as well.
Well, the door's blocked.
So.
And that's why he voted no about you going first.
Right. So, that's, I figured, it was good for the good of the order that you would stay. So I appreciate that you did choose to stay. So, as I mentioned last week, and the month before that, and months before that, and all throughout the last year, when we have to make adjustments to the budget as a board, at some point we need to take command of that. And I think we should do it in such a way that looks at the full spread of function
I'm going to
codes.
stop you just like I stopped Mike, but this
Okay.
is response to citizens.
I appreciate
not to
that.
go into comment.
Yeah, I appreciate
Okay,
that.
I'm
But the point is,
if you keep
my
doing
point.
that, I'm going to call a recess.
Okay, that's.
So make it a response to the
My
citizen.
point is this.
Okay.
We must approach any adjustment like this in the most equitable fashion possible. And the way it was presented to us last week was not equitable, not accessible, and also, like what was sent out, was not with our support. It was a tentative vote, 2 of which were opposed, 2 of which abstained. It was a split vote. A very slim 5-vote majority passed it out of committee to recommend it to this body as a regular meeting to vote on as an official action, whereupon we're going to deliberate on again tonight, and I will make my pitch again tonight about a more equitable approach. And I agree with Mike, and I thank you, Mike, for bringing it up, that the document that was presented somehow throughout the district was not what was passed out of committee. We zeroed out a lot of
all right.
reductions.
Ian, you're talking about the budget, not response to the citizen. So let's stick to the response to the citizen, not get into the budget.
But it is
We'll be
the
getting
budget.
into it.
This is the budget because the citizens are here because of the budget and the
Right,
way,
yeah, but
and I'm talking about the communication. I am talking about the communication and the way it was rolled out. It was not.
I'm going to call a recess.
It's not accurate
Recess right
to what
now.
we did.
I'm going to call a recess. Let me think about this. I'm going to call a recess. 5-minute recess. Let me go out more for a second.
Want us to go out?
right. Continue on, Mr. Thomas.
Okay, thank you. I'll just wrap up that obviously my frustrations with the process and the communication has been made evident. I think we have work to do, and I look forward to discussing this issue and remedying all the concerns with my colleagues tonight. But I can tell you for sure that I am not in favor of cutting anything to do with the swim team.
All right. What's that?
Because then I can go before you and could go last.
Oh, no. I'm going to be short. I'll just be short. I just wanted to say I'm going to echo what has already been said here tonight. I'm not going to restate that, but I fully agree with everything that's been said. And I really appreciate everybody from coming out and speaking, taking time. And there was a lot of letters that came out, and a lot of people put a lot of effort into that. And it helps us as a board realize the true effects of the decisions that we make. So I do appreciate that from everybody. About 20 years ago, when I was actually in good shape, I used to swim at Avery Point most mornings, and I would start at 6, and I think the Fidge kids got there at about 6:30. And my workout was 50 laps down and back, and the kids would do that as a warm-up in less than half of the time that it would take me to do my entire workout. So I really appreciate it. Actually, Coach Berg at that point came over and gave me pointers because he saw I was trying to swim faster. So I don't know if that was out of, but I do appreciate the program, and I support it. I do want to kind of just say something else here, is that this one thing that's very important to everybody in this room is part of a much bigger issue that we have as a board, which is coming up with $2.4 million when we had essentially a level budget from last year, and we were cut by $2.4 million, and that is going to have a big negative effect on teaching and learning. Maybe not swimming. We're going to find out shortly, but it's going to have an effect on teaching and learning. And there's other bodies in the town that don't see things like I see them, and many on this board, and probably many in the room, and they need to hear from you. There's a meeting next Tuesday at 6:30. 3 people spoke, and I think only one person spoke in favor of our budget, and that was the only comment that was made by our mayor. That one person spoke and said they had supported the budget, although then they cut our budget anyway. But there were 6 people that are our elected officials that voted to cut our budget like this. I mean, Councilor Franco, Parker, Gajewski, Jones, Rusk, and Pacino. They need to hear from you and to hear that the education budget is important. So I invite you to come out and speak, and maybe we can get a first quarter transfer. I don't know, but we do have some really difficult decisions coming up in the next couple of weeks. But I'll leave it there, and thank you for coming out.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say to everyone here, thank you, right, for showing up, speaking. Not really sure about the communication that was presented, right? However, us as a board, we have not officially voted on anything. We are faced, as Adrian mentioned, with looking for $2.4 million to reduce. But nothing is final, nothing is set in stone. We are still looking, and I know I made the suggested motion that we need to reduce our Board of Ed budget to what Town Council and the RTM, which is another governing body. So we are beholden to that. It is a difficult job. Wherever we look, wherever we cut, someone is going to get impacted. It's just going to be just as emotional for whatever area we look into. But know that we are going to try to do our best to try to keep things intact, and that's all I can say for where I stand.
Jay?
Thank you. I also want to thank everybody who came out, everybody who emailed us. Dr. Ackerman regrets that she has had to log out. She just had a major surgery. But she wants everybody to know that she appreciates everyone coming out, especially the students, and she does not support losing the Fitch team. I don't think any board member voted or thought that any of these changes would actually end the 50-year history of Fitch swimming. And I do believe that the board will do the right thing. But as everybody else mentioned, there are some very difficult decisions ahead. But again, thank you.
All right. I'm going to ask the board if they would mind if we move the new business item C1, discussion and possible action regarding reducing the BOE FY26 budget by $2,357,075 to align to approve the town council RTM education funding of $92,004,575, with the tentative spending reduction as articulated in the May 19, 2025 budget tracker document, with revisions discussed at the May 19, 2025 meeting. If we would move it up right now so we can discuss it, and we could talk about the swim, and then, we can resolve this issue.
Try that, sure.
Okay.
I'll make such a motion for discussion purposes.
Okay.
I'll second it.
A motion to accelerate the agenda item, or the main motion, the main item itself?
Well, a motion to move the agenda item up.
Okay, just want to make sure you're not moving the actual.
Okay.
Okay, very well.
Okay. All right, just let me write this down. Motion to move agenda. Okay. You made the motion, Matthew? A second?
No, second, Thomas.
I thought Adrian seconded it, but.
Okay, well. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
It's discussable. Right?
Abstain?
No, we can discuss this.
Discussion.
May I?
Yeah.
I'd like to, so in our agenda before this is the our superintendent and administration reports. And since we're talking about budget reductions, I'd like us to have the interim director of finance present the reports and information from staff. So the interim director of finance, because that's got the budget narrative of this current year and the general fund financial report of this current year, and also the healthcare report too. And those, whether or not we might be running a surplus from this year or a deficit, particularly if it's surplus, that has a bearing on our FY26 budget deliberations. And actually, I found I looked into the general fund financial report, the long one, and I found that instructive in terms of discussing possible areas of reduction. So I'd like
to make it nice and simple.
I'd just like to have the finance director give their report first before we go into the budget, or maybe as part of the. I don't think it can be part of the budget deliberation. That's my request.
All right, I'm going to take a vote on this motion, and then if it fails, then.
Or I move to amend the motion to move the item C1 up, but not immediately, but right after the interim director. I guess what I'm really doing then is amending the motion to move the director of finance's report up, followed by.
I'll second that.
And that's awkward, but have it all written.
Now, what are you doing?
What I want to do is I want to move up not just the new business, first item of new business, C1,
Right.
but also Ray's report.
Okay.
So Ray's report followed by C1.
Before or after? Because I think Mike is saying he wants to have it.
Ray's report before.
Before.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Ray's report, then C1, and then all the rest of it.
So you're amending that motion?
Yeah, I'd like to amend
Hold
the
on,
motion.
'cause-
I mean, we could have done it the other way too, but
Do you have a second on that?
Second that.
Okay. Any further discussion, Ian?
Yeah, I'm in support of the amended motion. I think it's important to provide the immediate context as we look at the finances. But also, I would hope that as we move to the C1 agenda item, that we actually have the document from the 5/19 meeting that was adjusted, as it was adjusted by the Committee of the Whole, because I have yet to see that document shared in email.
Let's see if I have it.
It was projected during the meeting. It was being adjusted in real time during the meeting. So I was hoping that the finance director would have saved that that draft and sent it around.
Okay. Any other discussion on the amended motion?
On the amendment itself.
On the amendment, yeah, on the amendment, okay. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay. Opposed? Abstentions? So that passed. All those, now, any discussion on the amended motion? Okay, all those in favor of the amended motion, where we're going to have Ray's report first, and then we'll go into new business C1 with the budget. All those in favor of that, say aye.
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 Aye. Abstentions? Opposed? Okay, approved. All right, so Ray.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're on, Ray.
I'm on.
Thank you.
You guys needed to display the,
Please.
And Ray, Ian would like you to, do you have the tracker sheet from the last meeting?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, as far as like the finance report now, it'd be great to project it.
Yeah. You have the finance report, Ray?
Yeah, we're getting there.
Okay.
Takes a couple of clicks, okay? Okay, so this is the narrative. I did, I noticed while everybody was talking, I forgot to change the dates in these headers. They are changed now to reflect when I read the report. The report was run as of Friday morning.
Ray, can you make it a little bigger? Thank you. Great, thank you.
So it's run as of Friday morning. We are, I'm in the middle of doing a deep dive into all the transactions for utilities, and we're going to be coming up with a new dashboard once Rita starts. So I want to make sure everybody's aware of that. But we are doing a deep dive to it so that she starts on clean foot, so to speak. And there are several items that are causing, that were unbudgeted, that are causing some of the overruns in the utilities budget. So I just wanted to make sure you're aware of that. Special education transportation throughout the district is actually holding steady, and projecting that to possibly be in the black unless something goes haywire in the last 4 weeks. The regular transportation is way over budget by about $250,000. Computer network services, that's projected to be over budget, but that's due to the loss of the VIA funds in last year's budget. That some of these software was charged off to. I really don't want to read through everything, but special ed services, we're projecting a little better than a $500,000 deficit there. Rentals budgets, these are for copiers, lack of better terms, porta potties, things like that. We're projecting a $170,000 deficit there.
And pools too, right?
That's part of it, yep.
I thought I saw that on
part of it, yeah.
So that's 173 is for all rentals.
That's all rentals. In the healthcare, you'll see the claims that are attached. We're going to review them quickly as well. As a note, within the expenditure detail, there are items that I have highlighted in yellow that the system will not encumber easily. We manually update them for each report so that we know where we're at. So that we take an average of the expenditure, and we actually encumber that for the balance of the year, that average monthly expenditure. So, just so if you're aware of how we're doing it. You've seen the updated budget tracker. We also have another file that I'll be showing shortly. And let's see. We've also created, I know I mentioned it at the CAL meeting, the finance subcommittee meeting, but we've created 4 new tabs within the business office, and this is the tab to get there. You'll see in the business office tab, there's you have the current projected year's budget. You also have the aggregate, what they call the aggregate spend report, which is generated once a year from the EFS filing. This shows about 7 or 8 PDFs of the aggregate spend that is projected done by each school at the close of each fiscal year. And there's also a tab for the current grants that are out there. Next week or later this week, we'll be doing the majority of the balance of the drawdowns by the 6th, I believe it is, or the 9th at the very latest. We'll be doing the final drawdowns through this fiscal year. Those final drawdowns will include the encumbrances that are related to the grants as well. So, and then you've got, there's what's the expenditure/revenue report is out there along with that. We also, within this report, I'm asking for a approval from the board to, let me find this in here. It's one of my files. Hold on. We're going to ask for a motion to transfer the budget from Are you able to, I'm going to be taking it, it was originally budgeted in object code 321, which is not the supply lines that it should have been. It should have been budgeted on 640. So I'm going to be asking for a transfer for that of $300,000 board approval. Is that display? Are you? Can you see that display? By the way, I posted it up on the.
Ray, we're still seeing your highlights, your budget highlights, the fiscal year 25. Yeah. Did you want to show something different?
Yes, that's what I wanted to do. Transfer. Do you see the transfer screen?
Yep. Now we do.
Yep.
This is what we prepared to move. I know everybody.
Can you blow that up, Ray?
Got it? We'll be taking it from object 321. This is the original 300,000 that was allocated. We're moving it to object 640. Why it was put here, I don't know. I honestly don't know why it was allocated there. It should have been allocated down here because 99% of the books and documentation. But we're moving it from properly budgeted line. But I need any board approval to do that, obviously. Then we're going to also ask for, I don't know if this was in your packet. You should have seen a letter from, stop sharing this. Bear with me. I see I'm going to get up the other paper. Second. And I'm going to share a different document. I apologize about the delay. You should see a letter from General Dynamics. This accompanied the check that we're sitting on at the moment. This is a letter from General Dynamics donating $17,000 for the summer STEM camp. So we'd like to meet approval of this acceptance of the board as well. Okay? And I've got my agenda here. Those are my main items. I'll display and stop sharing that. And close some of these files. That's the budget transfer. Now, you wanted to see the revised track, the original tracker, or do you want to see the expenditure report itself?
Expenditure report.
Okay. Can't you see it?
Yep.
You big enough?
Try a little larger.
No. I'm going to have trouble seeing if he gets one.
Well, we might lose the comments. That's all.
That's fine.
Okay. As a reminder, these items here in yellow are manual. This column right here, these are manually adjusted based upon the average monthly expenditure. Some of them have been reduced a little below that because of there's like 2.5 weeks left. So some of these are a little less than the full monthly expenditure. So just so you know. If you have any questions on this, if you also notice we've added a column that we put out there to try to help with the deciphering of what's within each object code. Here, this is the computerized description of this column here. But in my comments section, I've also added some of the additional detail that was asked. Jen, I did fill in your other on 119. I think it was 129. Those are filled in. Okay. Trying to highlight anything major in here.
Let's see if board members have any questions.
Yeah.
Okay. Dean.
Okay.
Yeah, Ray, real simple.
Yes, sir.
So we've got an as we sit, or at least as of Friday, we have an available balance. And nobody panic, because it doesn't mean this is all the money that's left, but we have free, if you will, $228,453.72.
You are correct.
Right. It's not an encumbrance and not otherwise spent.
Correct. Now, having said that, now, you've been on the board for a while, so you know this is a dynamic number.
Yeah, no, I understand. That's my question to you, which is, best guess, I'll hold you to it, between now and the end of the fiscal year, what are the odds that that gets zeroed out or worse?
I think, now I do know we're processing the bid list, so you may see a drop. You may see this drop to about 100,000. But then again, some of these encumbrances, we're working on some of those as we speak. Some of these encumbrances may start clearing. Some of the POs that are there, we may close. So let's say, for example, let's say electricity. We don't use all 270,000 the balance of the year. Let's say it's only 150. You may see an increase of 100. Let's say 100,000 go back into the budget on the availability side.
Mm-hmm.
This will happen. This is going to happen all throughout the budget right now. This is the toughest time of the year for me to be a soothsayer.
And if I may, given again on the topic of this time of year, we've talked before about letting vendors know if they don't get their invoices into us by whenever. In other words, they can't just sit on their invoices for 6 months and say, "Oh, by the way, you owe us X dollars."
If I don't see them by the third week of July, they're gonna. Well, I won't be here by then. We're sending. We've already sent one letter out that if we don't see the invoices by the end of July, they're gonna pay. They're gonna own it. Not
I mean, and they're aware of that.
I legally can't hold them to it.
I understand. I just didn't know whether we could, and that's a good question. Can you legally tell a vendor, by the way, the conditions of you supplying goods and services is you must get your invoice in no later than, otherwise you volunteered those goods and services.
If we add terms and conditions to an acknowledged PO on our website, if we put a list of terms and conditions on our website, and they acknowledge that they've read and understood those terms and conditions, and those are part of the terms and conditions, we can hold them to it.
Yep.
We have no terms and conditions like that at this time.
I would like to see such terms and conditions.
Agreed.
Okay. But,
Thank you.
But that's just one of the things that we'll talk to Rita about when she gets here. With everything going on right now, being an interim, I'll be very honest with you, I'm making enough change so that I can facilitate things and get it moving in the right direction.
Right.
But I'm not going to be here in the long run to see it through, and I want to make sure that I don't want to overcommit for somebody. You know what I'm saying?
I get it, and it's very, very pat and cavalier for me to say, well, I'll just put those in there, because there may in fact be a vendor who cannot practically submit an invoice within a certain, a period of time that we set. I think it's true for most of them. I'd like to think it's true for all of them, but I want to, if somebody's got a good counter argument, I'd like to hear that. But, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Jen, did you have something?
I did. It was in the same vein of what Dee was asking, right? So several months ago, this was like $1,500,000. Now we're at $200,000. It's making me nervous, right? Because as we set reserve or encumbrances, whatever it is called, this is not a soothsayer position. We should have purchase orders out in place, so we should have a good estimate of what is currently outstanding. And salaries and benefits is a majority of our expenditure, so we should know that pretty much. So it's only a small handful of things. So for me to hear that we're not confident regarding that 220 makes me nervous. I don't want to be in a position 2 months from now where if we're watching this trajectory of 1 million, $500,000, 0.2 to become 0 and then negative 0.2. I know, Ray, you've been working really hard, but I need something better than this is my best guess. This is not a guess. It's numbers.
Yeah, remember, I did not say I'm going to defend my words.
Okay.
And I'm not sounding, and I'm not trying to belittle what you're saying. You have your opinion of what I've heard. But that 220 is a dynamic number based upon the snapshot of time. Now, having said that, the 24 items that I had to manually update up here, these 24 items or so were done based upon current usage, and the system can't handle the PO process that needs to be done. Any other, if it's a salaried item, these are done by the system. Classroom teachers, special ed, those are all system generated. These cannot be done system generated. That's why I have to manually do them. And if you remember, I pulled back the March expenditure report for the very reason that none of these were encumbered products. Mm-hmm. That's why you had the 1.2 or 1.3
or 13 million.
Right. At one point, it was better than $1 million. I agree with you, but it wasn't correct. And I'm not going to give you a report that's bad.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
not going to give you a report that I'm not confident in.
Yep. So if we're at 220 right now, I just want to make sure, right, like where you update this basically monthly for us, but now as we're getting closer and closer, I don't know, Susan, if we can get this like at a more frequent basis, because this is, I don't want to go up to town council and say we need funds.
Well, when Ray and I talked, he said there's not really a chance of that. He felt very confident there's going to be something left over, even to go into non-lapsing funds.
Okay.
So I think we can get a better handle on it, Ray, though, by looking at those invoices and things that we're collecting and looking at the salary account, which we're more assured of, because that is really the biggest part of it.
I'm doing that on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
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 Right.
you know.
So I think Jen is asking, though, is that something the board can see on a weekly basis?
And even if it's not full-blown, just give us like a, hey, we're at like 100,000 or 200,000, it hasn't changed.
Right.
Like, this is, we can't end negative, right?
No,
Yeah.
no, and he assured me.
I know, I know he's trying.
Assured me of that, so.
So is that something the board can see on a weekly or by, every 2 weeks?
Yeah, we
more
can
than a
get that
month?
done. We have another payroll coming up,
Okay.
so absolutely we can do that.
We have 5 weeks left.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we have 5 weeks left, like, we should be sure. I mean, most of our expenditures should be accounted for, or like potential expenditures should be accounted for.
But I think Ray does bring up a good point, which is the earlier numbers are a little more fictional because of the way the encumbrances were done or not done properly. So it wouldn't be correct to compare, hey, we used to have $1 million, and why do we only have 200,000 now? Maybe we would have shown the 200,000 back then as our. Because at the end of the day, this is the best guess, and the guess gets better as we move to the end of the fiscal year.
And we have to make sure we're not over encumbered too.
Correct.
That happens too.
Correct.
Yeah.
This number might get even larger instead of lower.
Yeah.
But,
Mhm.
True. I know you want to keep a tab on it. So
Just keep a tab on it.
You're right.
Trust me, we all
do. Mike.
Thanks. I have a question on 2 object codes in this document, and then a more general question. The first one is 126. It's one of your yellow highlighted ones that you have to do manually. It's coaching stipends, and just for fullness of information, this is this object code is entirely within function 1500 student activities, grades 6 through 12. So for the coaching stipends, I see that there's still, in terms of available, there's still like basically 91,000 available, and so in terms of what's been consumed, it's at like say 74%. Now, when I looked at that, I thought, well, for coaching stipends, maybe around 4K or so, or maybe a little less, depending on what it is. That seems like that's like 20 unfilled coaching spots, whether they be full or assistant coaching. I think the superintendent via email gave a partial explanation, but my one question, are there that many unfilled coaching spots? And then the other one along with that is, shouldn't everything be encumbered at this point, since our spring seasons are basically maybe they're done at this point?
They haven't been paid out yet. Not until 6/6.
Say that again?
We need a list of the employees that we're encumbering, then we can encumber. Once we get that, they'll get encumbered. We're not expecting, we know we've got this 45,000 encumbered. There are others that are coming in that should be encumbered. But we don't know exactly how many. I don't know the number of coaches. So when I did this,
Well, that's something we can get from Lori Lapine, though.
But this,
I'll have that flag. That list is coming flag. I've already touched base on that.
Well, Lori's online. Can she get that for us now?
At 126. So this is a pretty firm number because we know the coaches employed, through the year. Are we going to kind of rise up close to that 100% expended or consumed?
I would say we're going to get absolutely closer because they're going to be paid out on 6th. So you're going to get definitely, and we can find out what's encumbered, what needs to be encumbered to.
So for the coming year's budget, I could look at this and say, hey, I could find 91,000 here, but that's only because this snapshot does not reflect basically the spring season.
Right.
And so that 91,000 would that still be available funds in this object code? We expect most of that would go away.
Right.
My other one that's harder to understand, and maybe it's for the same reason, but it's harder for me to understand that one, is 127, other student. It says other student active, but it's other student activities stipends. So these are both salary lines, and so this is stipends for a coordinator, maybe a drama director, or something. Think after school activities through the middle school and the high school. That one, there's still $98,000 available, and it's 30% are consumed, and then it has that line that says unfilled position. So to me, then I'm thinking, man, that must be a lot, like 30 some possible coordinators for active school activities. Like, I don't know, pick one that is not, or do we not have all the activities staffed this year? Because at this point, that seems like it's a low number to have available.
Is that something, Ray, that you need to cross-reference with HR for encumbrances also?
I would have to double check with them.
Okay.
As of the last meeting we had, those were basically gone. That's why it's labeled unfilled positions, but I'll validate it again tomorrow and Thursday.
But are we likely to stick near this 30% level? Or are we going to get up above 50%, 75% consumed? Because this is a lot of money, and that was budgeted for vital after-school enrichment activities. And that one, for completeness, there are 2 function codes for that one, because there's a K through 5 component. That's a function code 1260, enrichment K-5, and then the much larger one is actually in function 1500, student activities, 6 through 12. So when are these typically put in? Is this like, running basis, or is this sort of like going to come at the end of the year because most of the activities run end of the year? My main question is, do we expect to have that 98,000 still available at the end of the year, or is most of it going to be spent out? That's my question.
Once I talk to Lori, I'll let you know.
Well, I mean, how close are we? Like, is it going to stay at that 98, or going to, do you have any sense of that?
Right now, we haven't spent much, as you can see.
Yeah.
So if she says she's got other names coming in and being charged that line, then obviously it's going to shoot up. If my payroll department and I are not aware of them, then you're going to stay at 29%. But if there's lines coming in that need to be charged, I have no choice but to charge them.
Right. Well, I'm kind of hoping they are, because I'm hoping we're fully funding. We have all the positions filled for after-school enrichment, so that every student, K through 12, has something that fits for them. At least one thing after school.
I see Lori Lapine's hand up. I don't know if that will help you, Mike.
Oh, that'd be great. She usually does help.
Thank you. I just wanted to jump in and answer the question. The final payment files for all of these spring activities, sports, and the year-round payments are being built this week for the payroll of 6/6. So we will have, I think, a pretty clear update in the next report. As soon as the payroll ends.
Lori, just to let you know, Christine told me she will have them by Friday.
Yeah, I'm just saying they're going to run in the next payroll, so we'll have a pretty good sense by the next report what those exact amounts are, because it will be the majority of the payments that are due for the remainder of the year.
Thank you, and that was quite helpful. So I found myself conflicted here. Hearing that, I was hoping that would be the case, that we do have most of these enrichment activities going, and that the people doing it are getting paid, probably not enough in my mind for the hours spent. But if you take that 91,000 available in 126 and the 98,000 available in 127, it's basically $200,000, which is basically the surplus we're running right now. And so I'm like more generally worried that this is just like, our surplus, like last month it was 500,000, as you said, now it's 200,000. I get things come in, but I'm really worried we're going to go into the red here. And then, so that's a grave concern I have. And I think that weekly update would really help with that for us, because we can have special meetings. And then I just went through, and this is, I'm not asking for comments on each one of these, but I went through and found out of, 220 lines or so, about 28 of them that are less than 50% consumed according to this spreadsheet right now. And thought, well, if we did take a methodical look through function by function code, our budget for the upcoming year, that the budget from this year and the places where there's a lot available and we think would still be available would inform where we might take reductions where they may not be felt as harshly. So I found 28 of them, and I roofed snow maintenance, snow removal, because we can't count on that every year. We need something there for that. But other than that, 28 of them, that's 13% of the object codes we have, and that totals, just in terms of what's available right now, $995,641. So I know a lot of that's not going to be available by the year-end close. But if some of it's available, it does, to me, really instructive on how we could most equitably, efficiently make the least negatively impactful reductions that we ultimately have to make. So that's my thoughts on that. So thank you.
Jay, you have your hand up?
Yes. So, given that we are projected to be at 1/4% of our budget as available, I would like to ask the superintendent if she has instituted any spending freezes to ensure that we're only spending money on critical items at this point. I mean, 1% is, much too close for my taste.
So, Jay, I think I've told the board that we absolutely have asked the principals to let us know what their priorities are, and we've, case by case, been allowing things to take place, but we also have looked at title grants and other areas instead of operations to buy some of the things that were needed. So just know that that is happening on a regular basis, of both Ray and I looking at things, sometimes Anne Marie, and we're just handling it very carefully. And if things can be held back or used in a grant that's appropriate, we've been doing it that way.
Yeah, I would not be spending anything right now that isn't critical. Now, based on the information that we've received from the town finance office, I just want to make sure that we are not going to have any expenditures prior to July 1st for line 202. Are we going to hold that back until we know where everything lands, maybe in July or August?
Yes, Ray and I will review that.
We're waiting until the last 2 days of the fiscal year.
Yep, we're going to wait on that one, as you suggested.
Okay. All right. As Jen said, this is just very close, and it's been galloping. So that gives us a little bit of cushion there. But I appreciate all the hard work you're doing, Ray, in your office, but I still reserve the right to be nervous. Thank you.
Too close for comfort.
Exactly.
Too close for comfort, right?
At this time of year, it's always too close.
Okay. Matthew.
Thank you, Bev. I'm again looking at the coaching stipends and other student activities, and knowing that you inherited stuff for which you're not responsible for the way it was presented, and knowing that I am very weak in finance, still it kind of astounds me that we haven't encumbered the projected salaries for all the stipends and all the student activities. I would think if we have 22 sports, we should presume that they're all going to be funded and encumber all those salaries, and the same for all the student activities at the beginning of the year, and not be at the end of the year with so much unencumbered. And I'm less concerned with it this year because I think you've got your handle on it and you'll make it work. But I do hope that you can work with Rita when she comes on board so that our projected budget that we're going to do encumbers all of the salaries that are expected to be paid, and then we are only going to have happy surprises where we're going to have stuff that we have encumbered that we're not spending. That's a happy surprise because it releases funds. That's all I have to say.
Ian, you're looking like you have something to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for that comment, and thank you, Mike, for that breakdown. And I think that was very instructive as far as your breakdown goes, as far as areas where to look for a more equitable approach for making adjustments for next year. Thank you.
Dean, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I was going to make a crack, but I won't address.
Do that after
No, real quick. That reminded me of a fellow I used to work with. He had the IRS take out much more money every week out of his paycheck just so he could have a big fat refund because he didn't trust himself. So he had a big happy surprise in July when he got his check from the U.S. Treasury because he couldn't trust himself with saving his own money. Anyway. So, with respect to the encumbrances, you came up to 990 some odd. So you're basically adding up.
Oh, it's just those two function codes.
I mean, the
or
available,
object codes.
not encumbrances,
Yes,
but the available balance.
Yes, so 126 is like 91,000, and 127 is 98.
No, you were talking about a much larger figure.
The 28
object codes.
The 28 object codes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the 28. I just went through and looked down the consumed percent line.
Right.
What is that? Maybe 7th column over? I can't tell.
Yeah.
And there are a bunch of them. You just like, we've got that 29.41%, but there's a bunch of them. If you go down, they're like farther down to there's a bunch that are like 25%.
Right.
And so I just said, any one of those, let's just add the available together, and I came up with $1 million. I fully know that not all of that actually will be available at the end of the year, which actually concerns me too.
And I'm sure you also took into account the very large negative numbers that we have projected as well.
That could get larger.
Right. And so the positives and all the negatives altogether get us to the 220. So that's how I look at it anyway.
Yeah.
I worry about the large negatives as well. And yes, we're sort of in a large way, we're banking the positive available balances to help us pay for, the $1.2 million overage on substitute teachers, for example.
And just to let you know, this line 125, we've seen a huge increase the last 2 months. Because to go back, I don't think you'll see a $350,000 deficit. If I remember correctly, there may have been a surplus in that line at one time.
Oh, goodness.
So, yeah, the homebound, there's been an increase in the homebound as well with special needs. So.
Well, so Ray, and I didn't mean to go here, but Ray, so which one of these critters is actually stalking us?
This is one of them. And then because I do give Mike credit, this and this could bite us a little bit.
What line is that, 127?
The 125.
125?
They could come back. The other lines, I think we're pretty much on target. These right here were the ones, and then if you notice, this is one of our salvations right here. Special ed, some of the special ed teachers. We've got a surplus in the positions we haven't been able to fill.
So homebound could bite us some more, and of course the stipends.
Right.
Okay.
Other than that,
more or less stable.
everything else is fairly stable. Like Susan said, we're watching everything that's going through there right now with a fine-tooth comb.
Boat's rocking, but we're not going to get swamped.
Right.
Okay.
And I know there's some legislation which will provide Groton with nearly $200,000 extra for special ed. For excess costs, so that can also offset some of this.
Signed by the governor or no?
I don't know if it's signed yet.
Not at this time.
So don't, like I say, don't spend your money till you have it.
So Carter, chicken or whatever.
You don't have it. Any more? And Ray, don't give Mike too much credit. His head's getting bigger as he sits there.
Yeah.
As I've always said, I close the way to.
Yeah.
As it is, he went.
He does good. He asks good questions. We appreciate him. Any other questions for Ray? Ray, did you go over the dashboard?
No.
Feel like doing that?
I'll do that.
All right. Thanks.
Hold on, let me stop sharing that.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. I got all moving all my space, so.
I might jump over.
Trying to find it. I have too many includes in these footnotes. So, complete claim report.
Cost versus budget dashboard, which looks better this year than last year.
There you go.
Yes.
There you go.
You're gonna see overall, we're actually, claims are down, which is good. So, we're actually doing well. See variances are coming in. So, and overall,
Much
I
better.
remember, and I didn't bring the, Ebony and Safari when they apply, but we're running, we have about, I remember putting 3.9 million in reserve somewhere. So we're doing pretty good. Unless something catastrophic happens in the next 30, 40 days. So keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah. Any questions for Ray on the dashboard?
Now, this is just a dashboard. If you guys want, I have this whole spreadsheet report that they sent. I mean, this is the easy part to decipher. That's why I send it out.
Any questions?
Well, if there's a more detailed report, I'd love to have that sent out via email.
Did you send that out already, Ray?
I thought so, but I'll
We can send it out again.
All right.
I didn't see it through email, but maybe you did. Can you send it out again, Ray?
Yeah, I just received it like 10 minutes before the packet was created. I sent an email to MDG to get the information. It was in. And what would happen, when I need to get this to you, that's when they're doing all the monthly reports, and I have to wait for them to do it. It goes through a review process before they send it to us. And that's, I received it like around 11:45 Friday, but before the packet had to be sent out. But yeah, I'll close it.
Appreciate it. Any other questions?
Questions on this?
Any questions on the? Nope.
Just a request that if the report comes in later than the packets, so please email it to us for me.
Okay.
That's no problem. We can do that. If you notice, you're always a month behind.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay. Just so everybody's aware. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ray.
Is there anything else you need to share?
The tracker.
Well, yeah, I think now is the time where we're going to move on to
the budget.
Yeah, so the tracker as amended in the 519 meeting.
I think you were working on an actual spreadsheet, so it would have been, you were moving the numbers on the
Right.
spreadsheet.
There's a live spreadsheet, yeah.
It's a live spreadsheet. That's probably what we need to find.
Well,
What?
Got it?
We're looking for the 19th version, not like the R3.
Yeah, that's the one with the zeros in it.
I must have that.
Point of order, before we start talking, there should be a motion and a second, and then we can talk about all this till the cows come home.
All right.
But I'm not going to move to reduce the budget, so somebody else should do that.
Oh, you're not gonna move that.
God,
All right, Jen.
I could do it. Oh, where
Be the
is
bad
it?
guy.
It's not a bad guy. We're just adjusting our budget
Just say
to.
for discussion at the end of that.
Okay.
You're all set.
We're just moving it to what we're approved to. Okay, I'm not going to read the full motion, it's just going to be a part of the motion, to reduce the Board of Ed fiscal year 26 budget by $2,357,075 to align to the approved Town Council and RTM education funding of $92,004,575 with I might as well read. With the tentative spending reductions as articulated in the May 19th, 2025 budget tracker document with revisions discussed at the May 19th, 2025 meeting.
Second, Thomas.
Second, Ian.
I move we amend the motion to eliminate all text after the $92,004,575.
Second.
Hold tight. So you want to remove all text after what?
After the $92,004,575.
So you want to remove with the tentative?
Yeah, with tentative to the end of the, from with to the period. Or maybe from comma to the G in meeting, I mean, however you want to do it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to vote angry on us.
That was my original motion the other day.
Do we have a second?
I need those
Matthew.
approvals to make those legal.
Oh, understood.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we're going to talk about. How we get to the 92 million.
So all those in favor of the amendment?
I don't know what it is yet. Can someone read it?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm going to stop. So, or Dean, do you want to take it since you're
Yeah,
amending
so my
it?
amendment is what her motion, basically the text that you're looking at. So I'm looking to strike out all text in the motion after the $92,004,575.
It's what you added, Mike.
Yeah, what you added, Mike. Yeah.
We vote against it.
His amendment is just to say, discussion and possible action regarding reducing the Board of Ed FY26 budget by $2,357,075 to align to the approved Town Council RTM education funding of $92,004,575, period.
Okay. I'd like to discuss that.
Likewise.
Okay, thanks. Two things, just quick. One, when the town approves the budget, we have to come in line with their number. So, I mean, I guess we could vote on that, but it's not very, kind of.
So that's what I said last at the last meeting.
So
why are we voting on that?
So that's why I added that poetry after.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then the second part is, if we just stay at that, is the board not giving any direction as to where the reductions are made? Because I'm worried a lot about that. So I don't know how I'd be maybe okay voting for this amendment, but I need to also know, so where's our direction? Because frankly, the tracker keeps changing without the board. So I want to make sure that whatever reductions we decide as a board are the ones that happen and are codified in the budget. And I feel like this shorter motion doesn't protect against any other avenues.
Dean.
My concern, and it probably shouldn't be a concern because I think we're all big boys and girls, is that if we adopt the motion unamended, with the language referring to the 519, reductions and revisions, et cetera, that we're putting on the table a discussion of the cuts proposed that include the cut to the swim program.
No, it's not.
No, it doesn't.
Well, I'm looking right at this.
Well, that's where the confusion lies.
Okay,
Is
so-
if I could just,
But like I said, we're all adults.
Need clarification on that.
We can vote up or down or amend. If you're not happy with my amendment, we can discuss the motion as made and probably get to the same place.
Point of clarification? My point of clarification is, are we obligated to vote on this tonight? I mean, my understanding from the last meeting was that, Ray, correct me if I'm wrong, that Ray needs a full week to finalize the budget. Well, I understood a week, and if I'm wrong, he'll tell me. And we don't really have to do this before, when does the council make taking its final vote to settle the
Well, they have to set the mill rate usually some first week, whenever their June regular meeting is, June 3rd or something like that. But we're not tied to that.
Well, I was thinking, if we're not obliged to vote on this yet, we can defer the vote on this. We know we have to. We are required by law to follow the final determination of the council and the RTM. That's not debatable. But there's still another council meeting before they're going to be setting the mill rate. And, call me a Pollyanna, but maybe 40 or 50 people will go to that council meeting and have a come to Moses meeting, and maybe some of this will be restored. So
I doubt it.
RTM as well.
The RTM has spoken.
Okay,
Ian.
I'll back off.
Yep. All right. So first off, I'm glad we have this document up on the screen. I just want to call everyone's attention to this, and I'm against the amendment on the floor for the same reasons that Mike just articulated. Even though I voted against this on the 19th, I did suggest someone add the amendment that Mike did with a tentative spending reductions, because I wanted to be sure that if the committee, if the board as a whole, if the majority of the board was going to vote for a set of reductions, that there was something on paper that reflected that there was some commitment to that. And I'm glad we did as a board, even though I was against this whole process. I'm against the tracker. I'd rather look at the whole budget, function code by function code, so we can address it more equitably. But if we are stuck with this, and I again would implore the board to consider doing that. But this is what was voted on the 19th. This is what passed out of committee. You see, there are 0 reductions to the swim team, 0 reductions to PE supplies, 0 reductions to athletic supplies, 0 to music, 0 to arts. This was the commitment of the majority of the board that night. Now, while I voted against it, that was a disagreement on process. But on principle,
Ian, again, are we speaking on
I'm talking about the amendment, yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm in favor, I'm against the amendment. I'm speaking against the amendment because we need language.
So
to Mike's point, if we trim off any sort of language and just vote on the number that we have to reduce down to the number that was given to us by the town council and RTM, that's not a vote. That is law. We have to do that no matter what we do. The question is, how are we going to do it? And the board has a responsibility, to the community, to do it as an equitable fashion as possible, and an accountable fashion as possible, which means we need to make commitments to adjustments that don't change without the board's notice. So, I am confused as to how we got here, because this is what came out of the committee of the whole, but that's not what was transmitted to the community.
So you're in favor of...
I'm not in favor of the amendment. I'm in favor of the original motion for the sake of discussion purposes, but then I want to get past the amendment and get to the original motion so we can talk about that.
Right.
How about this? First of all, we often ratify what's already been handed down to us from another authority. We do that all the time with our policies. Something's written in statute, we enact it as a policy anyway, and Jay is always there to say, why are we enacting something as a policy? It's in the statutes that the legislature is going to change anyway. Let's just say, refer to the statute and be done with it instead of parroting the statute. That aside, this is causing so much angst and conniption. I withdraw the amendment. We're going to talk about the same thing anyway. I withdraw the amendment.
Matthew, do you withdraw your second?
I do.
Okay.
I'd like to make an amendment.
All right, hold tight. Hold tight. I got to write all this down, so wait 1 second.
Well, I was just going to throw out an idea and see if...
No. No more idea.
No idea.
Well, how about if we were...
Wait, is it Mike's turn or your turn? Well, Mike, you already had a turn.
Well, actually...
Could you move to amend?
I'll throw out an idea and then see if it works into your amendment.
Huh?
I will throw out an idea. How about to... with reductions as to be voted on by the Board of Ed.
And say, that's right along the lines of what I was going to say, and so I would move to amend the motion to instead read, to reduce the BOE.
Hold on a second.
I'll give you time to think of what I meant.
All right, go ahead, Mike.
To reduce the BOE FY26 budget by $2,357,075, according to the reductions individually voted on by the board, to align to the approved TC/RTM education funding of $92,004,575, period.
All right, I have to bring it back some. Individually voted on by the?
By the board.
By the board, go ahead.
And then the rest is what's in there, to align to the approved TC/RTM education funding of, it's the same number as before, that $92,004,575. Yeah, so that's my amendment.
I second it.
Mike and Adrian seconded. Any discussion on that?
Well, yeah, so I think we're of similar mind here, is that I was against the original motion because that actually was what the cow, basically that's the committee of the whole's recommendation to us. Now, even though we're the same people, we're here as a board, and we have different voting powers, and because of that, I'd like us to, if we so choose to reduce something, say central office, kind of down near the bottom, that we vote on that line and have that in the record.
Okay.
Because we're going to have to come up with some kind of addendum to the FY26 budget, and it should have function codes and clearly that we voted on it. So we'll know better for next year too.
Any other discussion, Dean?
Just ask you to clarify, when you say voted on by the board, you mean the Board of Education, not the Committee of the Whole?
By the BOE.
By the BOE, as the BOE?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Because we always call ourselves the board, but we don't always sit as the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Ian?
I'll just say that as a matter of compromise, I guess I'll be in favor of that amendment because it's as close as I'm going to get to seeing a full function code review and adjustment of the budget. And at least it'll give us some articulation powers and a manner by which we can hold accountable to what the changes we make.
Okay. Any other comments?
Can we do the vote on the swim team first so that these
Yes, they can go
students
I think
can
we
go
can
home?
finish
Finish
this,
out.
finish this, and then we can talk
but as a
about that.
discussion item.
We got that.
Do that first.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment to reduce the Board of Ed FY26 budget by according to the reductions individually voted on by the Board of Education to align with the approved Town Council RTM education funding of $92,004,575.
Yeah.
What happened?
So I heard it. Is there a parliamentary process with this? Are we able to vote within a vote when we're?
With what?
Well,
You're thinking about,
like if we
take out the swim team separately as a vote?
No.
Okay.
So we're voting on this amendment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not voting on whether or not to approve reduction. But then procedurally, what do we do next? We brought it up if we're talking about swim team next or anything
We
else.
go back and look at
But
the,
we've got a motion to approve this, but then within the motion, before voting on it, we'd be voting on something else. You know, we'd be
No,
voting on a resolution. How do we do that?
we're okay.
What
I
else
was just
did you
making
do?
a suggestion regardless, if this is approved,
Yeah.
that's the first item we
Yeah, when
tackle.
we go into discussion.
So I think we're
Yeah.
okay.
Fine. My point is, like, take central office. If we vote, because it's down there and it's in bold, if we vote, I would like to see us vote, hey, are we going to reduce this or not?
Right.
But we already have a motion on the table, which is this broader one, to approve the reductions of the 2.4 million or so. So, I mean, I don't honestly know if we can vote within, like, we have a motion on the table, and then we bring another motion that's not in the amendment.
Oh, you're
I don't
saying
know how to do that.
There is an incidental motion, I think is the term.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. And
Yeah, so basically, this just basically triggers, like, if we pass this, it means that then we have to do the line-by-line analysis of this document as a motion, and then close it out.
So that allows us to vote within a vote?
Yeah, basically, like, this is becoming an incidental motion in order to open up another action.
I like it.
That's my understanding.
Whatever, so people can go home.
Yeah.
Right.
we got to
Okay.
the motions.
Good. His book is like twice as thick.
I didn't bring that one. I got that one. I didn't bring it. It's too much to carry. I brought
You got the
brief
Cliff Note version.
I have the 11-page version.
All right.
Yeah, I've got a one-pager.
Yeah. I like short and sweet.
So we're okay with that
So we're
then?
comfortable
okay.
we're going to do this?
Okay.
So it would be to be voted on by the Board of Ed?
Yeah.
Or we would,
Yeah.
as far as
Yeah, that's true. So,
not voted on, because that leaves the 10th, like,
yeah, to be voted on. Or no,
Right.
because we'd be approving it. We'd be voting on individual things, right?
Right.
We'd come back and vote on the larger motion, right?
Well, that would be closing out the document.
Yeah.
We wouldn't necessarily have to, because we have already made all the adjustments within a series of motions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the wording can stay.
Yeah.
If we haven't voted on anything.
Right.
No, we haven't voted.
No, we haven't voted. Okay.
All right, sorry about that.
Okay. Are we good with it? Am I adding the to be voted?
Or not to be.
Or not to be or not to be.
Okay, I'm scratching that out. So all those, are you ready to vote on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, approved. So the amendment is approved. Now, who wants to read the motion? You, Ian?
Main motion.
The main motion.
Well, no, I mean, the main motion's been amended.
now we're talking about it.
Yeah, but that, we talked about it. Now you got to read the main motion
As amended.
as amended.
Well, you're restating it.
Yeah, you're just restating it.
Well, I don't have the text in
Okay,
front of me.
I'll read
Good
it.
God.
To reduce the Board of Ed, you want to read it, Jen? Did you say something?
Oh, Matthew can, I might as well read it. To reduce the Board of Ed fiscal year 26 budget by $2,357,075 to align to the, according to reductions individually approved by the board to align
Board of Education.
Board of Education to the Town Council and RTM education funding of $92,004,575. Period.
I think it wasn't approved, it was voted on.
Voted on? Okay. I wrote approve. Okay.
Yeah, it was voted on.
To be voted on. I'm going to go home myself.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Of what?
Of the motion.
Well, we haven't voted on the other stuff, right?
What other stuff?
Well, we're voting, this is the amended motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
That would then
Jen-
open up the spreadsheet.
Yeah, and then Jen read the main motion, so we have to approve the main motion, and then we can go into the talking
And then
about
we'll
the...
do individual, so
Yes.
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
closing out this.
Yes, this is the key that unlocks the spreadsheet.
Right.
Yes.
Closing it out.
Right.
Yes.
Yep.
You got it?
Yep.
All right. You sure?
Just as long as it means action in the future, not what we've said in the past.
Okay.
Well, look at it this way. Prevailing vote can vote to reconsider. So if we made some big blunder, we can come back.
All right, all those in
Okay.
favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Jay. Opposed? Abstentions? So approved.
And if Jay voted for it.
Yay. All right, Jen,
Feel
can
better
you
about it.
pass me that motion, because you wrote the whole thing down?
Yeah, I will. It's piecemeal.
Okay.
So it's over here, and then it's here, and then it's here.
You want to text it to me?
And we'll email that to Joan?
Yeah.
Yes.
I send it to Joan.
Very good.
All right, so we have the tracker. Let's not go through the whole tracker. I'm sure you guys don't want to do that again. Just look at the tracker, and let's just jump right to the swim team. How's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay? All right, and then, so, everybody,
Oh, it's going to make the motion.
we don't have to make a motion. We just agree that.
No, we have to vote on it.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll make a
We're gonna vote
motion.
on each item?
Let's make it formal.
Let's
Let's make it formal.
Are you looking for a motion to have the full funding of $63,000?
Yes.
Okay.
We're actually a reduction of zero.
Zero.
A reduction of zero.
Okay, go ahead, guys. I wasn't going to do it that way, but
So
I'm at your pleasure.
I move that we reduce the budget for the,
Mike, you got to write it down, too, because we have to give all this to Joan.
can't write and think and say.
Well, you know what? Because all motions should be written down and handed in.
All right, let's just get to it.
He's going to say it first, though.
Right? That's true, right? That's in the book.
So-
But go ahead. Say it to me slowly.
Okay. I move to approve a $0 reduction for the Fitch High School girls and Fitch High School swimming and Fitch High School boys swimming teams.
Second, Thomas.
I should have taken shorthand. Okay, Mike and Ian. Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, so I made the motion, so I'll discuss it just quickly.
Okay.
Do we need language that says to keep the current co-op configurations in place?
Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah, so.
That would give them peace of mind.
So let's, I'd like to amend my motion, or,
You got to write it down, Mike.
Mike, can I offer?
You should have given that motion in the first place.
okay.
You just get on with it.
Withdraw the motion.
No, he does it too long.
No, it says one simple sentence.
No.
Mike, move no reduction whatsoever in the funding to the swim teams and to maintain the current configuration, period.
And then send that to me by email, Mike.
I sent it to Joan, too.
Oh, I need to
I'll send it to John. I asked him to send it to me.
I need to send this to Bev right now.
Okay, how about this?
Go ahead.
To approve a $0 reduction for Fitch girls and boys swimming to maintain the current team configurations for the 25-26 school year.
Second, Thomas.
Okay.
Second?
That's your amendment, right?
Yeah, but we could.
You could withdraw the first
It's a
one.
friendly amendment, yeah, sure, yep.
You withdraw.
I withdraw, you issue a new one, I second the new one.
Thank you.
Good to go.
All right. Any discussion
Get
on
on
that?
with it.
Everybody's got that motion, right? Okay, well, any discussion on that?
Anybody dares?
I don't think, I have no further discussion to offer.
Swimmers are friendly people. My daughter was from that bitch. They're friendly people.
I'm ready to vote.
You ready to vote?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let them go to, they have school
All
tomorrow.
right. Yeah, we want the students to be in
Now,
school.
we are
tomorrow.
expecting a 500-word essay from every student.
All right.
What have you learned about government?
Jay, you have any questions or anything, Jay?
No, I would have liked it to say to maintain the swim team at Avery Point.
As configured, that's implicit in the motion. That's implicit in the motion,
We could be,
as
I
configured.
think we could be explicit.
Jay, can you make that amendment?
Now we're just dragging this out.
I can't do that. I can't do that.
Oh, yeah.
I move to amend I move to amend it to add the words at Avery Point. How's that?
Okay.
Stick that in someplace appropriate.
We can only do it 3 times, right? So are we on the third?
Yeah, this is the second amendment.
This is the
No,
second.
no,
Oh,
it's the first amendment, because we withdrew.
Okay.
Yeah, he
My
did.
lord.
Okay, very well. Yeah, I move to amend.
Can we do this? Okay, yes. Second. I'll second.
Fine, let's go.
Get on with it. Keep it at Avery Point. Keep it as configured.
Oh, do you have to abstain
Change
now?
nothing.
Are you
Only for the,
only
Keep
for
the money
amendment?
there.
Okay, all those in favor of the amended motion to keep at Avery Point?
Yes.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
I abstain.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Oppose? Abstain, Mike?
Abstain.
Okay. Okay.
Curtis.
Okay. Now we're going to vote on the, what's wrong?
Nothing. I just want to get on with it.
Now we're going to vote on the main motion. All those in favor, I'm not going to read the main motion. You know what it is, right? Okay. All those in favor of the main motion, you know what the main motion is, everybody? Oh, my God. Do you want to put anything else in it? All right, thank you. All right, all those in favor of the main motion, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Abstentions? Got it. Thank you all. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
What's that?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It was never part of it.
No, this was good. It was good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Take a little break.
Should we recess for a minute? Shut up.
We'll take a recess for 5 minutes. Oh, no problem. Well, thank you. We're back in session again. The first thing we're going to do, if everyone agrees, we're going to look at this 519 tracker. That's what you have up there, correct, Ray? Ray, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Computer didn't want to cooperate. Yes, that's the 519.
Okay. And I'm just going to go down the list, and the ones that we all can agree on, we'll say, yes, we agree. I'm going to pick the ones I think we all can agree on.
Can you make it a little larger so we can see?
What'd you say?
No, just can we get all the way to the top and just work our way down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I like what Ray did. He wrote approved on the,
Yes.
the line. That was great. So that's right. So we've already got one approved.
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. So let's start, and let's see if we can do this pretty quickly because we already talked about it. The $70,000 for the school nurse, we removed that. Was everybody in favor of that?
This says 65,000.
I know, that's why I swear these.
That was wrong. See, on the far side, it said 70,000, and then on their side, they put 65,000.
Okay.
They have to go back. I had them go back to the 70,000.
So Ray, can you put the 70 on there for us?
That's what this is.
And then they put 65 somewhere. Shouldn't be 60, it should be 70.
Did we vote on that?
Yeah, we did. To remove the school nurse, we did. We voted on
They
that.
were going to take the float nurse.
What we're going to do, why we removed the school nurses, we're going to take the float nurse that we have now. She's going to be the permanent nurse at Groton Middle School. That gives Groton Middle School 2 nurses, and if we need a sub-nurse, we'll put a sub-nurse in place. We'll hire one,
Seems fair.
okay? All right.
So is there any schools that won't have a full-time nurse?
They won't have nurses.
They'll all have one
They all
full-time
have
nurse, and we're just,
And we have a sub-list for.
We already talked about that, but you wanted to...
remember.
I thought
I just wanted to-
was covering 2 schools.
No.
That's been changed.
Yeah, no. They all have, every school has a nurse, but Groton Middle School will have 2 nurses. And the float nurse will now be the second nurse at Groton Middle School. Okay? If a nurse calls out sick, we'll hire a sub-nurse to come in.
So does column I need to read 70,000?
Yep.
Or is, okay.
It should be 70,000, see, because the column on the left end says 70,000.
Right.
So that all should be 70,000.
Can we get that changed?
Yep, they were supposed to change it.
Wait, that was the version.
But this was the 519 version. So
Yeah,
I'm wondering how we changed.
The 519 version, it was modified to 65,000.
Right.
Yeah, so we should keep this column.
And do another
Make a
column?
new column that says
Yeah.
520.
Oh, that's a good
whatever,
idea.
7.
Because why did you make it 65,000? What were you doing with the other 5,000 for the school nurse then?
It was modified to read 65,000 because the numbers were changed up.
Oh.
So how much, okay, let's go back here. How much are we paying for a school nurse? Is it 65,000 or 70,000?
70,000. Lori said that for sure.
Okay.
Right, Lori? And we'll put the new.
That's correct. 70,000 for a school nurse. 65 is the entry, is what we use for teacher salary, but nurse is 70.
Okay. All right, so the next one, so we all agree on that, correct? So
I'll move that we
need a motion
hold the
that we voted on
reduction
them.
at 70,000 for the school nurse.
Okay.
So moved.
So do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. So the motion is to remove the 70,000 for the middle school nurse, 2130 at $70,000. It was made, the motion was made by Ian and seconded by Michael. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Opposed? Abstention?
Nay.
You opposed?
Yes, I didn't recall that we had cut that, and I think that we have sufficient in the reserve that we can provide sufficient nursing staff at Groton Middle School.
Oh, you didn't hear me, Jay. The float nurse will now be one of the permanent nurses at Groton Middle School. So Groton Middle School will now have 2 nurses. If we need a sub-nurse, we will call in to the sub-service for a sub-nurse.
So what does the float do now?
The float nurse will now be the permanent nurse at Groton Middle School. Groton Middle School will have 2 nurses. There will be no float nurse.
I could add to that.
We weren't hiring that. My understanding is this year we don't hire a sub-nurse when someone's out at a different school, the float nurse goes.
Right.
Now we would have a different operating
Right.
where we'd have a sub.
Do you understand, Jay?
How are we going to fund substitutes?
Not as much as a full-time.
It comes out of the substitute budget.
Yeah, it'll come out of the substitute budget. And it's not going to cost us as much as a full-time nurse.
It'll be a per diem.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
How could they get sick anyway?
No, they can't.
They can nurse each
Right.
other.
So basically, this means we're not adding a position.
Exactly.
As it stood in the
Taking one and making it.
in the full approved budget that we passed, we were adding a position
Right.
to maintain a float nurse and have a full-time second nurse at the middle school. This is our sacrifice. We're not going to add a
And she's
position.
actually floated over to the middle school most of the time because they
Right.
needed
So
her.
might as well do it.
Okay. So, Jay, are you still opposing?
No, I'll change mine to an aye, and I'm sorry I did step away.
Okay. That's what Jen said. Okay. 8-0.
You want us to put 8-0?
8-0. Or put it there just in case
So
my
we'll
numbers
just remember.
All right, the next one is remedial instruction. Remove the 5 added tutors for $160,000. That did not go over.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
My understanding was that the tutors were costing $40,000 apiece. Is that correct?
Lori, do you know the exact amount? Will we get 5 tutors at the 160?
Yeah, they make about 40,000 apiece.
So 5 tutors would be $200,000, not $160,000.
Did you hear Matthew? He says at 40 apiece, that would be 200,000, not 160.
I mean, if
They
that's,
make 40,000 apiece.
Okay.
so if
We're not taking a reduction. It's zero.
if that's
Oh,
if that's the
okay.
cost, if
What
that's the
happened?
cost, then we can only afford 4.
Right, but the proposed reduction was $160,000.
And we're not
which only
taking it.
represents 4 tutors.
Yeah.
Okay, well, then we need to change on the line to say to remove 4 tutors and instead of 5.
One or the other has to change.
Actually.
It might not matter if we,
But
say, remove, but, because if we vote for the 0,
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter. All right. So all those that are voting for
We're
the,
not going to get 5 tutors.
all those voting for the 0, say aye.
All right.
Oppose? Okay.
Was it moved?
So that approves the tutors, 8-1. 0.
that's fascinating.
8-0. 8-0. Okay. The next one is, all right. You want to do contingency. Let's jump down to contingency. Okay, we all approved removing the special ed teacher. We didn't approve that. We kept that in the budget.
I just want to say, Ray, for the votes, I think in Excel, A8-0-1-0 would work.
Just the
As a
dashes.
format. I think the dashes would be okay. But it might read it as a date. Yeah?
Yeah, it does.
Or we did as Ray, if you just put a cursor mark first, it'll remove the formatting.
Or you could just write the word 2.
What's that?
You could just write the word TO.
Oh, Excel.
And that will subvert Excel's programming.
Okay. I'm going to group the next 3 together to make this go quicker. All right? It's remove the added special ed teacher. I'm assuming people voted no because I see the $64,000 still there. Remove contingency. That was $250,000. And reduce IT equipment by $100,000.
That confused me. That latter one confused me because I thought that Clint had initially proposed reducing it by
$51,000, and we put another $100,000.
Another 100.
I think
Yes.
the 51 is on there, though, somewhere. I can't read it from this
Over
one.
here, column A, I had to, you're not seeing it because I have to enlarge the screen.
I do see the 51. Why wouldn't
So we changed,
Why wouldn't we just put it all?
Because that's already incorporated in this number.
Okay.
Right, we reduced it further. We
These are
re-
additional reductions.
Right.
Okay.
Right, these are, yeah, just like you said. All right, so all those in favor of those three all together, so we can move along, say aye. Oppose?
I'll oppose.
You oppose?
Mm-hmm.
You want to speak on why you oppose? You don't have to.
I mean, well, I think the contingency is needed. And I think, we articulated that, the reasons why, as far as like being ready for negotiations. I don't know, the sped teacher, I think there was articulated need for that as well.
So we didn't remove the sped teacher. She's still there.
I see a reduction of 64,000.
no, we did. There was talk, and Anne Marie, she showed me her screen with the in the meeting when she had the actual caseload for sped teachers, and I think that the highest one was 19 or something. So it was a little bit high, but not, because I think I was under the assumption that it was in the high 20s before, but according to her document that she shared, it wasn't that high.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we are removing the sped teacher. You're right, Ian.
All right.
And the hope, Ian, is if we get the special ed grant, we will hire, because when Jen and I went around to the schools, they did ask for 2 or 3 special ed teachers. So hopefully when we get the grant, we will hire the special ed teachers.
Okay.
Okay?
Right.
On the contingency, we reduced it by, what, $250,000? We still, I think we have $200,000 left.
Maybe 100 some.
I think it was 100. Yeah, I think we
reduced.
We made the contingency 375 in the original budget. So now it's down to 125 if this cut goes through.
I thought I left 200,000 in the budget. 125?
Because I think we ended up at 100, because we ended up 350.
My memory is 375, but I don't have it right in front of me. Either way,
Going back to another sheet.
Yeah.
I mean, it just sounds like the reduction is going to go through. I mean, I'm just one little guy over here saying no, not in favor.
No, I would like to hear what you have to say.
It'd be nice to know what's left. But
Yeah, I want to know what's left.
it's in one of those top pages.
Because I thought it was 200,000 that was left. Jay?
Three
Hey, Jay? Oh, Lori. Go ahead, Lori.
I just wanted to chime in. I believe we had some conversation about, I wasn't at the meeting, but we had some conversation internally that there could be some vacant positions as we move through the year that might afford us the opportunity to kind of relook at the contingency through other means. So I just wanted to put that out there. So I don't think, to Ian's point, I don't think the priority is the priority is still on top of mind, let's put it that way. And we might be able to fund it in some other means, even though this is going to be, possibly removed here.
But we still have to make sure we have enough money in contingency for negotiations. And if there's only 125 left, is that going to be enough? We better not speak on it. Never mind, Lori. Let's not speak on negotiations.
Thank you.
My mistake. Okay. You want to vote on the next 3 together? The sped teacher, the contingency?
Well,
I think we did.
yeah, we did.
Okay.
I'm just dissenting.
Okay. So Ian is abstaining? Or
No,
you opposing?
dissenting. I'm opposing.
Opposing. So it's 7-1-0.
Oh, I like it.
Okay.
You hacked Microsoft. That's Excel. That's
Yep.
Right.
Well,
So what?
humans.
that's the power of the written word.
What about the next couple of ones, like the fuel adjustment, the electricity, the workman's comp? I mean, they're still 0-0. They haven't changed any. The social worker.
Are we not doing work? We're not doing the health benefits estimate?
We're going to
that's
save that
last.
to the end.
That's last.
Got it.
So what do you think of the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items?
I'm fine with voting, and I just can't remember why the workman's comp was up there, and then we have it 0 all the way across. I felt like we got an update, but then we leaving it as is. I couldn't remember that one, workman's comp.
If the workers' comp
My sheet
came in
it
at
says
615,240, we didn't have to make a change. Actually, took a $240 reduction out. And hold on, we scroll back there.
That was in our budget that we sent to the town council and RTM, or?
Yes, so, and then we actually were able to, we actually increased our budget by $240 on workers' comp. And on the town pension line, we're reducing it by $61,315 because the latest numbers we had reflected that. That's why I have these numbers on the side.
So should we, is it kind of like we're voting on the workman's comp twice then? Maybe we take, just cross one out? Because it'd be kind of weird where we'd be voting to adjust it by 0, and then I know it's a small amount, but then adjust it by, I guess, increase it by $240. Basically, we've got it in 2 places, as you just pointed out. Row 10 and 26. I'd preserve it. Yeah, that strike through. Okay. Oh, I would watch that. Because fine, if you want to do it that way.
And then the town pension was verified as well, but that came in
Yes.
later.
This was an additional, we didn't touch the pension up here. This was an addition to.
I'm not down there anyway. I'm on the workman's comp all the way down to function 2210, object 584.
I just had to move that other workman's comp up.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
So is that $240? Or is there
Yes, sir.
all right, so it's essentially 0.
I added you're actually, because it's a negative, I'm adding 240 back to it.
All right, so it's not.
I'm taking 61,315 out of the budget because that's this is all we need to budget.
We're not there yet, right?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. So in the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items, we're going to vote on them. All those in favor of what's on the paper, say aye.
So we're adjusting
Down to
The adjusting workman's comp and the electricity. No, it's not the electricity. Let me see.
The workman's
The
comp.
fuel adjustment is $55,000. We're keeping it there, right? Workman's comp, he put $240, and everything else, the next 6 are all zeros.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember what function 2010 is.
2210? I'll tell you.
Oh, that's a reminder. Like the document that comes out of here needs the function codes on it. It's like a salary. 584. I don't know what that is.
2210 is improvement of instruction. Okay. Right. All right. So all those in favor of the those items I just stated, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Abstain. Opposed. Abstentions. Okay. So that goes forward 8-0. All right. So the next item is 1700-2312. So that's central office, HR, and the business office. And Susan came back with a reduction of $34,224.
Hold on. Yeah.
And there's another one down lower that we'll get to.
Below or something. Or 43.
43 was the retirement, right, Susan?
Yes.
Yeah.
So to be clear, the 1700, 2312, 2314, which 1,700 is district-wide.
District-wide.
2312 is which?
2312, let me look it up.
One superintendent, one's got.
One superintendent, and the other 2314 is HR.
Yeah, that's 1,700. We should put the line items so that it's clear, because it's not all of 1,700. It's
right.
It's the line items starting after legal. Whatever that. I'll look it up really quick.
So we have to break. What you're saying is we need to break that out because it's 3 different function codes.
Well, the way I originally
took all the money together.
The way I originally proposed this was to just do specific line items that associated with this last year's superintendent's office, because it was broken out into 3 different places, but it was only part of 1,700. So assuming that we're already at 70 grand on legal and can't move that, it would be line items 430 to 626 are all the items in 1,700 that
These are object codes when you say line items?
Yeah. Accounts, yeah. So it's object code 430 to 626, to be specific.
For each one of those guys.
Included in that 34,000, just like that actual motion that is in the minutes now, it reads, it would be the same thing.
And one example in that was fingerprinting and things that legally have to be done in the HR office that we can't forego. We have to keep that in there. So there were several items I remember, Lori, that we looked at that we weren't able to remove.
My feeling is if we have Susan make that reduction, she makes the reduction where she feels comfortable making it, that we don't tell her where to make the reduction. This is the amount that she's reducing. If we're good with that, then the bottom line, then she can make it wherever she feels comfortable making it.
Could somebody explain why we had it at $40,000 at our May 12th meeting?
Because that was the first suggestion, that Susan reduce those 3 object codes by $40,000, and she said all she can do was come up with the 34,000. Yeah, go ahead, Jen.
I think Adrian, like 115 sticks in my head.
Yes, I don't want to say it was suggestion because the board actually voted on it.
Well,
so I don't think it was a suggestion.
But that's all she came back with. And
in February, the board
okay.
voted on that reduction, which would have totaled out to 40,000, because the way it ended up in the budget is legal got taken down, which wasn't included. This still leaves an increase in the superintendent's budget of, I'd have to do the math backwards, but it's either in the $80,000 range or the $115,000 range, but it's up in there. There's still a large increase from last year's superintendent's budget to this year's superintendent's budget. From that last year's superintendent's budget to this year's broken out into 3-place superintendent's budget.
How much of that increase was in legal?
Taking legal out of it.
Legal's not involved in that.
Yeah.
Correct. This brings it back to there was talk at the time that it would be $115,000. If we go back a long ways, it was going to be around $115,000 reduction, would have just put a 3% increase on the salary ask and then holding everything else.
And so are you looking at the superintendent's office?
Superintendent,
because according to that, she took a decrease.
Superintendent's office, because HR is new, right? Which one is HR? HR. Look at HR is a $490,000 increase, never budgeted, and all those parts of 1,700
so that would almost
were
be a wash. If hers is a decrease.
They're not a wash, because when you add 1,700, there's still an increase year over year.
Okay. So how much would you like Susan to take out? You're unhappy with the 34,000? Is that what you're saying?
That's where we ended up. I mean, what we voted on going into the budget was $40,000. It would be an effective $40,000 on today's thing. But I mean, we're close enough. I don't want to. I don't
Yeah,
think
that's where
need
we
to
were the
argue.
last meeting. We were close enough, so we went on with it.
I just wanted to be clear on where this came from when you said it was a suggestion. It wasn't
Okay,
a suggestion.
all right,
It was something we
Because
voted
we're
on.
never going to get through this if we, because at 10:30, I'm telling you, I'm done at 10:30. You all can stay here.
The dynamics of a 7.
All right.
More
So
like
how
the
are we
Supreme
with the
Court.
34,000 with Susan's, with the 3 categories, HR, district-wide, and the superintendent? I mean, don't say where to cut, just give a number. That if you want to cut something, just give a number and don't. And
85,000.
You want to cut 85,000?
We've done that. We've done an 85,000.
You want-
This was additional.
Mhm.
Lori, are you there to speak? I remember going through it with a fine-tooth comb with you, and there were things that you absolutely couldn't cut because they're necessary in the HR department or they're necessary full-time.
Mhm.
So,
Is-
Can you grab the microphone by the podium so we can hear you?
Lori, can you hear me? We're looking at the line items, 1,700 district, and then the superintendent's line and your line. I know we've gone through it with a fine-tooth comb, but maybe are you there?
That's correct, yes.
And that there were things like fingerprinting, I can't remember all the different things that we just could not touch.
We're obligated, legally obligated to do, correct.
So we came up with that 34,224, and that's the best we could do.
You're keeping your 85,000 on the floor, Ian?
Well, the problem is I really can't articulate it to where it needs to go in the budget, in my opinion, because...
There's not another 85,000 to be had at 34 is the top.
Well, I think
Well, there is if there's a
salaries
certain
were-
adjustment made.
Salaries were significantly under budgeted for some unknown reason at this point.
Right.
Because there's a variation with the number of employees. I think that's where all the money is.
Well, I mean, again, I guess that would go back to like having a more articulated budget. Is like we'd have an understanding of like what's attached to what.
Can we just skip this one, and then I can go back and pull up all those numbers if we want to talk about it more?
So you just want to do remove?
Yeah, maybe set this one aside.
Just come back with a number. You can't tell the superintendent where to cut. Just come back with a number.
I'll just come back with the numbers
And
and
we'll see
then
how
let
it
the
goes.
board talk about it. I've already given plenty of opinion. I'll just come back with the numbers that I came up with that time so people can
Yeah,
understand.
maybe we handle line 18 by itself and move on to the other ones that are not so contentious.
Okay, on hold. So that's on hold. Remove the truck. All those in favor of removing the truck, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Okay. So we're removing the truck. Ian, I didn't hear your voice.
Jen had a question.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, microphone.
I'm sorry. So with the truck, right, like, unfortunately, like, our 500,000 that we were going to come in favorable is now 200,000. My initial thought was that we buy the truck if we had extra funds at the end of this year, so we have the truck. That was just a comment that I wanted to make, but it looks like we're going to be we're treading very lightly. I don't even know if we're going to be, like, favorable.
Well, let's think positive and not negative.
Yes.
Don't give us bad karma here, you know.
I'm usually positive,
So
but
Jen's suggestion would be if we come in with more money at the end of the year to buy the truck for Sam. But otherwise, we're all for removing the 75,000. Is that correct?
I am, just long-term, it's not sustainable.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. We all know that.
Yeah.
We talked
But
about that
long-term,
already.
like, next year.
Okay. And if we have money left over, we'll get Sam his truck. Okay. Now, here we go. Here we go with these art supplies, and
Well-
music supplies, and athletic supplies, and PE supplies. So, what's your thoughts? Go ahead, Ian.
I'll move that we maintain the zeros as articulated in the 19th meeting.
Okay. Can I second? I'll second.
Yeah,
that.
you second.
Okay. Any discussion?
I'm going to vote no.
Okay. You want to discuss why you vote no, or you just want to say
Yeah, I
vote
mean, I understand it is only $7,000, but as we said, this budget cuts are going to affect everybody, and if you, at least a nominal figure for everybody. And we're really going to need to go over other lines as well at another time.
So do you have a suggestion? You vote no.
If you put
you're
them all
voting no
to-
for
if you
the
put them-
zeros, right?
We're voting no for the zeros.
So do you have another number that you'd like to cut them by, like 200,000?
Should we vote on the zeros first and see where it
Well, he
lands?
can put a second number.
Yeah.
Oh,
put
you
a
can
second
amend it?
number.
Okay.
1,250, 2,000, and 250.
What'd you say now? For art supplies, you're saying what?
1,000.
1,000 for art, okay. Music,
250 for music.
250?
Mm-hmm. 2,000 for athletic.
250 for music. $250, you said?
$250. I know, it's a pittance.
Okay.
Plus, there's more in labor to fix the money than
And
Well, you know what? It is. You're absolutely right. On the other hand, there is a lot of... No,
Matthew,
Let's get the motion on the floor and see if there's a second.
Athletic,
2,000 and PE supplies, 250.
do we have a second? No seconds?
Second for discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was Matthew and...
The only way the community will understand that budget cuts are painful is there's a little bit pain shared equally around the school district on all programs. And then perhaps people will not come and say at meetings, as they did tonight, with all respect for what they said, I know where their hearts were coming from, why did you cut us? It's because nobody showed up to defend the school budget.
But there's a trim and then there's an elimination. They were talking about being eliminated, basically.
They felt
continue to
that's
swim,
what
but
that's
not
what
as- not under-
that's what they felt, and I respect that.
I don't disagree with that logic. I would rather get through this tracker and then come up with a whole bunch of more items and vote on those first.
Okay.
And then, so if we're down to like where this type of statement needs to be said, but I would rather kind of get through everyone's ideas on reductions and
But this
and-
is Matthew's idea on reduction.
I know, but then we can come back to these. But right
I
now,
will accept
right now, I'd like to think that there's going to be a bunch of more ideas on the table in the next few meetings.
Okay, so in respect, I'm respecting Adrian's position. Would you be willing to withdraw your second?
I'll withdraw the second.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. All right, so zero, for now, it's all zeros. Okay? All those in favor of PE, art supplies, music supplies, athletic supplies, and PE supplies remaining zeros, say aye.
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 Oppose? I'll abstain.
I'm abstaining this
I abstain. Because I agree with Matthew. It won't hurt to cut them a little bit. All right, the next is the military science. We brought it down. They were asking for $50,000. We brought it down to $30,000. Mr. Henkel's, we 30,000.
We brought it down to 20,000.
20,000.
No, $30,000 cut. This is
30,000. Yeah, so they're going to have
yeah.
a budget of 20,000.
Right, and Mr. Henkel says he only needs 17.
Generated the spreadsheet.
Right.
Said that's what he needed.
Right.
And we got that detail.
Yeah, we got
after
that
during the
detail.
meeting.
So this is what he's saying.
This number represents a $30,000 cut.
Yeah.
Correct.
That was my mistake, what I said. And he said this is what he needs, the 20,000 is what he needs. All right? All those in favor of reducing for military science to be reduced by $30,000, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, Jay and Ian are opposed, abstain. Okay, so that's $30,000 out of his budget.
Jay, were you opposed?
Yeah, Jay was.
What's the total vote?
6 to
6 to 2.
To 2.
620. Okay, did we do a just town pension already?
No.
No, okay. What's the discussion on that?
I was just wondering if that's a fixed number at this point. It sounds like.
It was given to us by John Burke.
Yeah.
Right. So do we need it? Okay. So the 61,000 that we can remove, right, is given by John Burt. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Abstentions? 8-0. Okay.
That number's not right. Oh, yeah, it is. Never mind.
Okay. The 240 we moved up. Okay, now what do we have? All right. Here we go. The 4 elementary school teachers.
Is that 0 just blank? I don't know what that is.
I don't know either. That's why I skipped that.
Maybe is it?
Can we go back?
I think it was just a total. What was that? What was the 0 line?
What's line 26?
I think this may have been the adjusted workers' comp that went up, moved up.
I adjusted it.
Okay, let me zero that out.
Yeah.
No, I can't.
That's fine.
Not gonna. I'm leaving that.
No, it wasn't. There was all the way to the left, there was 860,000 or something in an
I don't
old
wanna touch
version.
that because Just leave it blank.
It messes up the
What does
code.
that mean?
Because it means it'll mess up my formulas.
Yeah.
It said adjusted workman's comp. We moved it up.
That's up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I copied that up.
It's a placeholder, yeah.
Briefly.
All right, did we correct that, Ray?
Would you want me to, there's nothing to correct?
We're corrected. He blanked out all the
Okay.
cells that said $0, so now there's just no entries.
Okay, good.
Yep, we're good.
All right, the next one is the 4 elementary teachers based on enrollment. All right, Adrian, you're on.
All right. All right, so I was going through the class.
Now,
the
keep in mind, the
enrollment.
superintendent says she doesn't need these 4 teachers.
Yes. Susan has said she doesn't need, the superintendent said she doesn't need them. So in addition to what we've already talked about, where I had said, like in 5th grade, would it be that, is it really a negative to go down to, I think the number was around 17 from 23 children in a classroom, and that would be in 5th grade. So that would be one. But additionally, the kindergarten numbers don't seem to add up. And even if the counts are wrong as far as the projected enrollment, because maybe there's a lot of kindergarten data that we don't know yet, it seems by looking at the historical data, we have around 300 kids district-wide per class. And right now, this sheet shows 272. So that the average, which is actually the same as the average in 1 next year, but we know that what's going to be 1st grade next year is a 25% student reduction from an average year because only 9 months of birthdays. In kindergarten, and just going back to when we talked about TK, how many TK teachers is it, 3 or 4? When we talked about TK, it was because we didn't want to get rid of the teachers because we have, staff that does a great job. And instead, we would kind of fix some problems for parents. We'd have a place to put those teachers temporarily, and then we could pull them back. And now, so for instance, in a school that normally would have, like without this whole change, would normally have 4 teachers or 4 classrooms of kindergarten, we went down to 3 this year that we're in now. But now we wouldn't just have to go back up to 4. We would actually have to go back up to 5 because now we've got 125% of the kids. We're essentially, if we have an average enrollment of 300 district-wide, leaving K and 1 out of it, so we'll just try to get to more averages, we're going to have 375 in the next year's K. So we're going to actually need that extra classroom in K. And in some of the areas. I mean, so our numbers, I think, are low. The 272 doesn't seem reasonable at all, because if I just counted up all the TK kids this year, which should be that little gap that we need to throw onto a regular year, 62 kids in TK, which would put us at 360, which would put us that we really need these classrooms. So that's one observation I've made. And then if you go through and look at some of the individual classes, I mean, the numbers seem really low, right? It's like, I mean, Catherine Konowski shows 12 kids per classroom, but we don't think that's going to be reason. I mean, right, the numbers are going to go up.
But it's lower than we've ever seen. And I would say that the TK, we have all the TK students that we know about placed. So they're already in our numbers.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the regular numbers. It seems to me if we've
lower, you're right.
If we've got all those kids placed, those 62 kids, and maybe some are staying and some are going. If it were an average year, it would be 300 kids about coming into kindergarten, which would put us at a total of 360, which would say that we need those teachers still. So that's one thing that I'm pretty concerned about with getting rid of those teachers. And in running over recommended class sizes in kindergarten, I think would be disastrous. I think it would significantly negatively affect education, running over class sizes, especially in K and 1. You know, the kids need these.
We have 70 more seats in both Northeast and CK. So we could get 70 more students. We're also going to see that trend that we always see in Groton, where kids are going to be leaving at the end of the year, and then we're going to see some in the summertime coming on board.
I know, but that's why I'm saying it seems to me like if we were projecting for kindergarten, we would just say, all right, well, an average year is 300 kids district-wide, however that works out in each classroom. But since we have TK, we're going to have more than that. Maybe it's not 62, maybe it's 40 or something. But to me, it seems like we're going to need a couple of extra kindergarten classrooms, and I think that this wave is now going to go through the district where it's kindergarten this year, next year it's going to be first, the year after it's going to be second, and there's going to be a whole bunch of elementary teachers that have to move around, and they're probably not going to be that happy about it, but that's just the world we live in. But I think that underestimating the kindergarten would be really negative. I mean, it would be a substantial negative.
There's one other factor. Learn has opened up a kindergarten now, so they have that friendship school, which a lot of our preschoolers go to, and parents of preschoolers have to pay for that. But then if they continue on into kindergarten, then that becomes our responsibility with the state shared. And we do know that there's about 10 kids who are signed up. So I know about 10 kindergartners who are continuing on that pathway. Learn is going to have that go all the way through second grade eventually. You probably know as much about this as I do. And then their RMMS is going to be grades 3 through 8, so that those 8th graders can then go to marine science. So they're going to have a whole continuum from early, I mean, it's like babies she's bringing in, toddlers, all the way through 12th grade. So that we may see
remember,
kids.
they don't. I don't mean to cut you off, but they don't automatically go to marine science.
No, they don't. They have to be in the lottery,
Yeah,
right? But there's a pathway.
Yeah, there's a pathway
for those who want it, right?
So I'll go on to there's one other thing which I think is a typo, but it's working out to be an FTE. And if we go to Charles Barnum and go over to the purple section, so current enrollment in second grade. You know, I don't know if you don't have the sheet. It's on this thing that was emailed to us last Monday afternoon. I think it was the 19th, but I can show you on my sheet. If we go to Charles Barnum, current enrollment is 53 kids in second grade, and I've been through this chart, and it seems like current enrollment in one grade is more or less the projected enrollment for the one grade up the next year. I think that's how we do it. But the number gets switched to a 43 for the enrollment the next year.
I thought I had it.
You can look on this one if you want. So current enrollment's 53 in Charles Barnum, which is average, right, in what it's always been. But then next year we're saying that going into third grade is going to be 43, which is putting 22 kids in a classroom, and it seems like it's missing 10 kids. So to me, that one straight up seems like we're going to need 3 teachers.
Yeah, I'm worried about Charles Barnum for the same reason. I think it's...
In your budget book, though, you have Charles Barnum.
Yeah, but they've all been, that accounts for 104 teachers, and this one accounts for like 95 or something. The budget book.
This is the more updated numbers. These were the October 1 numbers.
But so there looks to me like 1 FTE right there, because I think that 53 number is correct, because it's in line with everything else. They're all in the 50s, right? Every class is about 50 in Charles Barnum. Mm-hmm. And then that's the only number that's down. Well, actually, it shows 5th grade is 53 too. And we're assuming that 5th grade in Charles Barnum is going to go from 46 down to 43, which puts 22 kids in a classroom. So that's assuming we're going to lose 3 kids, and you guys probably know about that.
They've told us they're leaving.
Yeah, but that's not accounting for any increase either, which would all of a sudden push 5th grade up.
Yeah, I'm really concerned, because it's Charles Barnum, right? So this is our... every school's a military school. But
that one's a military school.
We're not...
fluctuates the most.
So like just in that, I see 2 FTEs. And then in kindergarten, I mean, I had thought about, well, maybe I could feel more comfortable with 2, but I honestly, just by me looking at these numbers, and I'm not an educator, and I've been in education in this role for a year and a half. Well, I got a degree in engineering, so I took a lot of math classes. I don't remember them. I have to watch a video of my kids with algebra now. But so just in Charles Barnum, those two have me concerned, but also just the kindergarten numbers. And then I wanted to go over to this other thing that I had sent the board members. It's more or less EdSite, but it was just a different way of looking at it. And when we look at expenditures for instruction, the state average is a district spends about 61.1% of its budget, of its school dollars, on instruction. And Groton Public Schools spends about 53% on instruction, which I'm assuming means core instruction, because the next category next to it is support services. And here, the state average is 29%, and Groton is 37%. So
population in special ed is much higher than the
well, that's what I want to be a little bit careful about. That's why these numbers are a little bit tricky, is because the support side, but in an ideal world, in my view, where we want to go with this is have to spend less money on support because we're propping up the younger kids and we're giving them better education with reading programs and improved math, which we're going to roll out. So there's some great things that we're going to do that are going to do it, but I think also it needs to be the instruction. And I did some reading on class sizes and things, and another thing that contributes to teacher burnout is having unusually high class sizes. So without going into that too much, I'll just say that one thing, that there is some studies out there that show that. So I have concerns about reducing any of these positions, and I think if we reduce 4, we'd be in a hard way be looking at it. But
well, in a good year, I would be in favor of keeping the 4 teachers. But this is a bad budget year, and if Susan's saying she doesn't need them, I can go with 2 teachers. That's the most I can go with. And when Jen and I go through the schools, I don't know, Jen, you can correct me, they have never said anything about class sizes.
They have not.
Yeah. So I know that's your thing, Adrian. I respect you for that. But Susan, on the other hand, is saying she doesn't need them. This is a tough budget year. The most I can agree to is 2 teachers. I cannot agree to 4.
And I've said this before, especially in special education, if we need that extra special ed teacher or we need that extra pair, we're going to have to do that by law. And the same thing is true of those kindergartens. Let's say I do need to add another kindergarten, maybe at Charles Barnum. I don't know where we'd put them because there's no more room at Charles Barnum or anywhere. But, we would have to do that. But I would say that right now, with the information that we have, we can make this. I don't know, Lori, did you want to add to this? Because you've been going over this with me, you know, very carefully. Did you want to add anything about those positions?
I don't think I have anything else to add to the dialogue other than, you're right, as the numbers stand today, it looks like we can function without them. And we could certainly, if needed, come back and add later, rather than staff for what we can't predict beyond the actual data right now. We could take the reductions and then come back if something unexpected presents itself.
Okay, thank you, Lori. Ian?
Where would the money come from if you had to add a special education teacher or a kindergarten teacher in the middle of the year, if we don't budget for it now?
Well, we've talked about that. There are some positions that go unfilled and that we're using substitutes for. So, you know, there is some flexible room with a $92 million budget that you could adjust. You know, if it's something that is extraordinary, we might have to tell the town. I actually said that out loud to the town when they cut us the $2.4 million. If something extraordinary comes up, the floods, positions, this and that, then we might need to come back to this. Because this is like walking on a tightrope this year.
They said, then in that case, come back to us.
Didn't they say that?
Well, the only counselor that said that is no longer a counselor.
Yeah.
The only counselor that said that on the record was Dan Gajewski, and he's no longer a counselor. The resignation became official today.
Yeah, but he spoke as, I mean, I understand that when
He was not speaking for the whole council.
But they will always say that if you
You
need
can come
something
back
from
to us,
that.
it didn't mean they're going to say yes.
How'd that work out last time?
Do you reasonably think that we could go ask for $100,000 for a teacher? I think we should plan for what we think we need.
Well, I have a hard time with it because Susan is saying she doesn't need those teachers, and you're saying
But I'm
we do
looking.
need
I mean,
them.
I'm an analytical
That's
person, so
what I
I'm
have.
looking at
I know
I'm
what
looking
you're
at
saying.
numbers, not
I know
just
what
taking
you're doing. I
people's
know.
word.
But I'm having a hard time with
Well,
it.
I would just say this. I'm going to move. I'll make a motion for line 27, a motion of 0 reduction.
I will second that.
Discussion. I cannot, in good faith, vote for that.
Yeah, for me, at this point, I'd be, well, I'm very worried about the Charles Barnum, I guess it's the third grade, because it does look like it's just a 53 to 43 typo, and if it actually is 53, then you'd have third grade classes of 27 in Charles Barnum, the oldest school, heavily military, blue ribbon panel.
You can't. You wouldn't have classrooms of 27.
We would, because it would be, if you're 53 divided by 2, you know, there you go.
Is that a typo or what is
I
that?
did have that once in Pleasant Valley when I first put a error in the room because of the contract. So it
Yeah, I know
has
that.
happened,
But we're
it
talking about
hasn't
Charles
happened
Barnum here.
We fit that.
Yeah, so it does.
Not comfortably.
I didn't talk to Adrian about this at all. It just, Charles Barnum, current in the second grade, is 53 students. Then you go down to the third grade, and then that drops to 43. And that two teachers are fine for 43. But if it's really 53 because those 53 second graders go into third grade, I know there's a lot of influx in and out, but it kind of seems like a typo there. Then we're be in trouble right there, Charles Barnum.
So at conferences, we ask parents to fill in, are they going to come back or are they
Yeah.
going to leave? And so we use that data in determining those numbers, so.
I make an amendment to the motion. I'll amend it for 2 elementary school teachers.
And I'll second that.
And the other one, actually, I still have, because Adrian raised concerns, I guess, in like kindergarten as well, but Northeast Academy, we don't have much wiggle room there in the 4th grade, because that, in the 5th grade, I'm sorry, because that 5th grade class is what's 4th grade now. Class size is 23, or average class size is 23. 5th grade, it would still be 23. If we get a couple more, that's a pretty, NEA's got a pretty big class size. I'm sensitive to this because it often has had that. a class size. If you added a teacher there, you drop it down to 17 or 18 or whatever. So I'm concerned. I'm not as concerned about NEA but I don't like that it has the largest class size around. But Charles Barnum, I'm strongly concerned about, and it seems like. But my problem overall is that I didn't understand the pre-K to K, the kindergarten enrollment stuff. I couldn't make it make sense. But for grades 1 to 5, in a bunch of these schools, according to the enrollment, we're saying like we're going to have an 8% drop, 17% drop somewhere. Like that didn't happen over this school year. Why is it all of a sudden going to happen in the next few months? I'm concerned that we're banking on an 8% drop in kids between 1 and 5, when that didn't happen from October 1st this year to the end of this year, October 1st, 2024 to now. And we're banking on this reduction, and the staffing makes sense, but we've got it's hard to get teaching positions back. If we're going to add a teacher, we should think very, very carefully that we really, really are sure we don't need it. So I could support the two.
Can I just throw in one other thing?
No, you already had your turn. Dean?
Okay, so when you say, when we're talking about a cut of 4 elementary teachers, are we saying that we're going to get rid of 4 existing positions?
No, they're
Letting them
through
go?
retirements.
They're existing and gone.
But they're positions.
Okay, so we have 4 retirements that we're not going to fill. That's the proposal.
Yeah.
Right, we're moving people around to
Okay, so this is where there were people and they're retiring, and you're saying, well, just in time because I don't think we need you guys. Okay.
A contraction.
Right.
Number.
So that answers my next question, which was, because sometimes it does boil down to actual on-the-ground logistics. How many rooms, how many, where do you put people? You can't split kids in half, you can't split teachers in half, you can't, it's like electrons. They're either in this orbit or that orbit, they're never in between. Okay, that's that clarification.
Okay, Jen?
Can I just make a comment?
Jen, get the mic.
Oh, yeah. Can I just make a comment? I think there's fluff in there, right? Because it's $260 for 4 teachers, right? And it's due to retirement. So this is assuming like 60 to 65,000, whatever, for a new teacher.
65.
But really, the person retiring is probably closer to 90 to 100, 110 somewhere. So there's 40,000 times 4. Something to think about.
Well, that was taken into consideration in building the budget with those retirements, because we have a payout that we have to do for the retiring person. And so we had actually calculated that differential of the new teacher versus the retiring teacher, and we already took that into consideration. You're right.
When do they put the retirement in? Like early in the year?
If they put the retirement in by contract in January, and we know about it, it affords them this $15,000 extra stipend piece for retirement. Yeah. Then we know more early.
Matthew?
I want to vote to retain the 2 teachers. But if we're talking about $130,000, that we're going to reduce our cut by $130,000, I'm wondering where that $130,000 is going to be made up later on. So maybe a interim solution would be to highlight this item and look for that other $130,000. We can only fit 4 quarts into a gallon. I'm all for. I'm convinced with your argument. But if we if we eliminate this 260,000 or even 130,000, we've got to figure out where else we're going to cut that money from to come up with a budget. And maybe you guys have some ideas you want to share later. I'd just like to hear you say, "Yeah, I have some ideas later that I will share with you later," and that's enough.
I have some ideas later.
That's one.
You all done, Matthew?
I'm done.
All right. I would just put this back to, there's other retirements in the district. I know that high school has been hit hard in a department like math in high school. You can't just get rid of a third of the teaching staff. It won't work. So I get that. But I'm just saying that because maybe there's other places. There's a few retirements in high school and stuff, but we haven't even talked about it yet. So I would like to think that we can have more options come up. But I also want to point out, so if we just say that there's like something that doesn't seem right in that Charles Barnum third grade and maybe the fifth grade, first grade at Mystic River, we're predicting an average amount of kindergartners and already having 19 kids per class. So we're predicting that we're going to have 76 kindergartners, which will work out to 19 children per class. First grade's going, we're losing a teacher in first grade, but to me it seems like we need another kindergarten teacher because the average in that school, second through fifth, is 78, 79 kids per class. So if we have a little bump in that school because of 15 months of birthdays, it's going to push all those classes well over 20 and way over our recommended class size. So that's one that where, to me, I don't see how it's possible not to go over, just like in that Charles Barnum. So I see this as core needs, but in my own opinion, like in what I hope to have is some suggestions from the superintendent in the future where the superintendent says, all right, here is $1 million of cuts. This is my priority list on the way I think we should go. And if we need $500,000, but the superintendent gives us $1 million of options and says, this is in best to worst in my opinion, but then the board can look at a bunch of options and we can take all of the superintendent's opinion.
Are we drifting to somewhere else?
No, I don't.
No, I think it's
no, we're on this four.
It's tangentially related.
I know, but we're on the poor elementary school teacher because now he's getting into he wants Susan to give more options, right?
Yeah, because Matthew was just talking about we've been given a false choice, like I had said before. We've been giving one option to get there without any other ideas. And I have ideas. There hasn't been a time to bring them up yet. We've been working on the superintendent's tracker.
I know.
But for right now, that's my thinking in this, is that these four positions are core needs, and we haven't really looked at other things yet. I mean, we looked at one sports team, and clearly that didn't work out. But we haven't really looked into other ways, other reductions that we could do.
May I respond to the two of you?
You don't have to respond to me.
Well, I want to. With no disrespect, because I understand Susan's motivations are the best, and she's doing her best to give what she thinks we should do. At the same time, the board, I thought, had been very clear that we wanted to look at a lot of items, and we never had the chance to do it. So if we want to eliminate $260,000 or $130,000 for here, we have to have some options. We have to know, rather than us throwing darts at the budget, we need some options from the superintendent and her guidance as to what the, I don't want to say the best choices, the least worst choices are. Well, I know you have, but we don't have the choice. The budget decision's been made.
Can I just say this? For me, the elementary school teacher is not about options. It's about, do we need them? Do we need these 4 elementary school teachers? If Susan's saying no, then I have to go with Susan, and not with Adrian. He's not doing the operation of the school district. Susan is doing. So I came up with a compromise for Adrian's sake. Let's go with 2 then, and then just reduce it by 130,000.
And I will vote for the 2. But
I'm just going by need, not options. Do we need these teachers? And I would say to Susan, are you absolutely certain that we don't need these 4 teachers?
We don't need them.
And I'm not going to argue with that.
I've heard Susan say a dozen times, we're a dynamic district. I lose 300 and I gain 400, or whatever, the 706, whatever your numbers are. It's a dynamic district. And the fact that we have projections may or may not have any link to reality. We have to be prepared for something. And if that's our weakest link in the number of students in a classroom, then I think we need them.
Well, then you think we need them. I'm not going with what you think. I'm going with Susan because she's doing the operation of the school district. So you could go with whatever you want to go with.
Well, I shall.
I think if we look silly sitting up here and Susan saying we don't need it and our budget was reduced $2.4 million and we're saying, no, we do need this. Susan, we need this. And we're not doing the operations. Now, she'll look silly if it happens to be, the enrollment goes up and she has to come back. I mean, that's on
Class
Susan.
comes in and gives me 20 first graders a job.
But then we'll have a reason to go to the council. We have
Let's just take a vote on it and move on, okay?
So the motion on the floor is what now?
I made the amendment for just to reduce it by 2 elementary school teachers. I'm just trying to compromise.
And that got a second?
That got a second by Matthew.
That's 130,000.
That's 130. And that's just I'm just compromising with Adrian because I know Adrian's heart is set on these 4 teachers.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to appease him and go with 2.
Right.
You're trying to do what's best for the district.
And move on.
Right.
Because again, we're stuck on this tracker for another whole freaking meeting.
Right. Well,
We haven't done a darn thing. A darn thing. Excuse me,
Okay.
Pastor, if you're listening.
that wasn't a swear.
My grandmother would say, yeah, you meant to swear, you just didn't.
All right. So the reason I moved the for the 4 is the trends and trends and tendencies, and I got a gut feeling as well that that these numbers could surge back and forth, especially and the elementary school level is the most fundamental level.
Oh yeah, I believe in that.
So I mean I'd be in support of the compromise number, but I'm also in support of the full number of the $0 reduction.
If we can find cuts.
Wait.
Sorry.
Let Ian speak.
So, but this is why I also was frustrated with the whole idea of the tracker is too limiting. Like we can't move all throughout the budget. We can't look at everything all at once.
Well, you'll have to come up with some reductions now if we.
I got some. We're talking about very specific positions right now. Like I have other
positions.
Yeah. We're talking about teachers. We're talking about moving teachers around and not filling positions or discontinuing positions by title. So I think it's fair game to talk about that across the board. So that being said,
we should be talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. We're talking about these positions.
We're only talking about these positions.
This is a matter.
These were retirements.
I know, but
these were retirements. These aren't actual.
But we're still discontinuing a position.
These weren't actual people that are working with us now. So I'm not. So I would hate for you to come back and say, okay, let's get rid of Lori Lapine. I'm just saying that.
I'm not saying by name. I'm saying by position.
But you're talking about positions. So let's
We're
get
talking
rid of the
about
HR
positions.
position.
Yeah.
No.
All right. Anyway.
But we're talking about these positions because they're retired. We're not filling them. We're not talking about eliminating positions we already have. These people are retiring and we're just not filling them.
All right,
So I don't want to go down that dark road that you want to go down.
I'm not. I'm just speaking some facts because we talked about ending positions that were added in the last 5 years.
So let's go with the vote.
So,
Can I make one more
15
please, seconds?
No, you're 15 seconds. You lost your credibility before.
Just talking about what Susan said today. We've lost 22 teaching staff over the last 3 years if you count the reds, the retirements that were not filled.
Also secondary.
But it's still 22 teaching staff, 22 certified teachers, right?
Mm-hmm.
That we do year after year after year, and at some point we're at bare bones. I mean, we know I've gone over the numbers. We've gone down 10% compared to the state in 10 years. So, but I just wanted to point that out that we've already before this year cut 22 staff by retirement, 22 positions that taught kids. Sorry, that was more than 15 seconds.
We've been able to do the secondary based on enrollment to increase those numbers and class sizes. So that's how we've done it.
We've also gone down tremendously in kids. I can remember being in the 5,000s not that long ago. Now we're barely treading water at 4,000 something. So, we were bumping up. There was 1 year we may have been bumping up against 6,000. I'm not sure, but so even using the 5,000 figure, we've had a 20% decrease in enrollment. So the 22 positions that we've lost over what period?
3 years.
Over 3 years.
And if you go back 10 years, I think our enrollments were like mid to high 4,000s. The 5,000 numbers go back to like 2010, 2012 or something like that.
Yeah. I understand. I mean, could the reduction in staff have something to do with just basically catching up with the enrollment trend? Letting people retire instead of just saying, by the way, we know you got 2 years left, hit the road? Just
Again, if we look at it compared to average spending increases compared to the state, we've gone down 10% compared to the state. So we were even with the state 10 years ago, cost per student. Now we're at 90 cents for every dollar. So we have been reducing.
Okay, let's vote on the amendment first. All right. So all those in favor of reducing the 4 teachers to 2, and then that would be a $130,000 reduction, say aye if you're for that.
Aye.
Aye.
And so Jay, Bev, Matthew, and Mike are ayes. Okay. All those in favor of keeping...
You have to have opposed.
Oh, oppose, my bad. Oppose? Okay, 3 oppose. Jen, Adrian, and Dean.
I'm abstaining.
And Ian is just abstaining. Okay.
That passes.
So we have an amended motion. So now it's...
No, we don't. No,
This
this
is
is
essentially...
Well, these are budget numbers.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to go back to the... There's no main motion. It is the main motion, sort of.
So the main motion...
The main motion is 4.
4.
4 to 3 to 1.
So keeping the 4.
You propose 2.
Reducing the 4.
No, you guys are keeping 2.
We're keeping 2? We're
You
good?
guys are keeping 2. Right? There was 4, 3, and...
4, 3, and 1.
Ah, we won then. Well,
Well,
The kids won.
the kids won. They didn't lose.
Get carried away.
Okay. So,
you maintain that everyone's your favorite.
So does I have this right on this tracker, so we make sure we have the right one and the right
say the
numbers.
kids lost.
Is that right?
Because some people think...
If we end up cutting more than I imagine we can cut, maybe we can add yet another one. But it's going to depend on what other cuts we find.
I would request that the superintendent maybe go back through this with all of my kind of comments tonight and just get back to the board on that.
Will you make me a little cheat sheet? Did you
I
write
can-
down the comments?
Just verify what the new
I can put
numbers
together
are.
an
Yeah,
email
just
with-
get us updated numbers
All
if you
right.
can. Okay. All right. So now we're down to 1 PE elementary school teacher.
Can I just add this part? Remember when we collapsed the schools and we kept some added positions, like there was that extra media specialist and she had 2 schools? Well, we reduced that one last year because we didn't need it. Same thing was true with this PE teacher for Thames River and for Mystic River, and they said that they can handle it with the 1 PE teacher in each school, and the person has resigned to go be an administrator, so we don't even have that position. So it's not, we figured it out that we don't need that extra PE position.
Any questions on what Susan just said?
So this position was a resignation,
Yes.
and it's just another unfilled vacancy.
Well, no, it just recently resigned, but they've already said that they can staff for PE in both of their schools with 1 person each.
so the way I understood, sorry, Beverly.
Go ahead.
The way I understood it the last time she explained it was that we should have let that 1 person go like 2 years ago or whenever the schools consolidated, and we never did.
Well, I think we
We
held
waited.
on to them thinking that we just didn't know the way it was being scheduled and all. So now we do know.
Yeah.
So now we can reduce it, for sure.
You're more of a diplomat than I am. I was like,
Any questions? Mike, you thinking?
No, I'm good.
Are you good?
No thoughts.
Okay, all those in favor of removing the keeping the $65,000 reduction for the PE teacher, say aye.
Yay.
Aye.
Jay? Aye. Aye, okay. So that's 8-0.
I'll abstain.
Are you, okay, that's 7-0 to 1. Ian is abstaining.
7-0.
To 1. 7 approve, 0 oppose,
There it is.
1 abstain.
Yep.
Okay. Next is after-school enrichment. I don't know anything about that, Susan, so you might want to speak on that.
So we always had after-school enrichment we started with K-5, then we went to K-8. And we actually have enrichment at the high school, so we really can reduce that $17,000. We're also signing up for a 21st Century grant at the high school that we'll also provide. So we got it before, so we're hoping to get it again.
When would you know about that grant?
I think we put it in, I'll check with Shannon. We were writing it, so I'll just find out when we submitted it.
Okay, Mike.
And you explained, you may have just explained it, but I know you explained it before in a different meeting. What grade levels are this, is this
So
one for?
we, on the onset, when I first came in, we added enrichment K-5.
Yeah.
I think we added it for, I think it was under 35,000, and now, and then we extended it through 8th grade so that they would have some enrichment. And so I think that became 45,000, and then it's up to 58,000. So we figured we could reduce it because we didn't really need it at the high school.
Okay.
There is a lot of enrichment already.
So then this reduction, if I heard you right, this is reduction for K through 8? Or like for part of it?
Well, it's actually the portion for the high school.
Oh, it's the portion for the high school. So, yeah, does that have a function code? I don't know where that is. Because there is.
I think it was just under enrichment, and we just knew it to be, first for elementary when we first designed it, and then we extended it to middle school.
Well, we've got middle school, yes. Like there's a function code 1260, enrichment K through 8. The reason I know that is because I was asked about hours ago, right? On a different reason. But I don't know where the enrichment would be in the high school unless it's in 1,500 student activities.
What are you reading as the total for the K through 8? What's the number? 58?
This is this year's budget, but that is quite large actually. So no, and that's just an object code. So I really don't have that in front of me, but I just know there's a function code 1260 enrichment K through 8. I don't know where the enrichment would be at the high school unless it's in function 1,500 student activities. So before I vote on this, I want to know where, what function code it is.
If I may, are you?
No, you may have said it before.
No. I just want to say, like, I concur with your concern. And I'm realizing now as we go through this tracker, we're kind of off into the weeds again. We were up there where we had some function codes and object codes identifying like exactly where we'd be pulling from. And I think, moving forward, if this is the way we're going to do this, then we should have those for these line items so that we have a better sense of where these are going to come from out of this book.
Ray, do you know that answer from the after-school enrichment? What is the total that we put in, and what it'll reduce it to?
I'm looking for it right now.
Okay.
All right, and to that end, also, I'd be curious to know what the $17,000 has historically been spent on. And what's the actual real-world impact? What specific items, like what activities were supported by this? And if we reduce this cut to 0, meaning we eliminate the reduction, keep the $17,000, we end up getting the grant, that just creates a minor surplus that could be reallocated somewhere else. But it ensures that the enrichment would occur should the grant fail to come through.
I think, Lori, you keep track of the different postings for when we do the enrichment, and I think it's really for the stipends for the teachers who are running it. And it's really up to the schools to decide, which enrichment classes they're going to do.
Right.
Can we defer on this until we get some better information on it?
Yeah, I'd be good with that.
Yeah.
Because it feels like it's like 5 stipends or something.
Right.
So Ray,
until we get better.
over on the side, just that we'll look at the function and object code, and then Lori and I will review the data this year of what enrichments have been going on at the different levels.
I know there's going to be a movement to reduce.
All right, next is the central office, reduction of $43,350. We're still in favor of that, I take it.
Is this the retirement?
It's a retirement.
So at this point, I think it's okay to put the function code, right? Because it'd either be one of 3 places, right? Like superintendents, the business office, or HR. At this point, I think it'd be okay to say which one, right? I mean, we ultimately have to, because we need to put it somewhere in the function code.
Well, I'm going to have to look at that with Lori and Ray again. We'll find a function code, which one. There's actually a couple possibilities, but
Could we take a look at where we are with the running total as it stands?
Hey, because we're down there anyway.
With the 17,000, we need another 211 and change.
900,000.
Yep,
What did he say?
900,000.
That's where we are with the reductions?
Yeah, we still don't have the health benefits.
I haven't done the health benefits.
We haven't done the health benefits.
Oh, yeah.
The big one.
So, right, so if we just maintain that, again, that's tentative, because that's the big adjustment at the end. But what would that put us at? Wait, I thought that number was going to change.
What number are you looking at, Ian?
We had the 1.2 adjustment. Am I understanding that correctly?
You're going to move the 1,100,000.
Wait, Matthew.
The health insurance figure, up there, yep, the 1.2 million. That should carry over. If right now we haven't made any adjustments to that, we're saving that to the last. Correct?
Right. You could put it in there
So,
to see where we land.
yes, that's what I'd like to do now, to see what the running total is now, so we get a sense of how far off the mark we are.
I get it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. So we're roughly 200-something short.
Yeah, not my 211. But
So far, right? Because
Yeah.
we've got these others that haven't been filled in, right? Like,
Right.
All right.
So that's not terrible.
No, it's not terrible.
for the central office one,
I know.
for the central office one, the 43,000, my belief is that's the business office. So that'd be the function code. If it is a retirement that's not being filled.
Do you not want to say where the retirement's coming from?
I mean, they had the celebration. So.
Did they have it?
You were there.
Ah, well, what's the problem? I don't get it.
We're being very specific about the elementary's retiring, so why not be specific about this?
Your office, is
What
that
are we
what
doing?
we're talking about?
There hasn't been an announcement yet, that's why.
They had cake
Well, they're
or
gonna-
snacks. They had desserts.
Food in some cultures is a binding agreement.
Exactly.
All right. So we can't count on this then.
No, it's happening, but it's just.
Well, how about just for arithmetic purposes?
All right.
It's there.
So you'll put the function code in. When will you put the function
Whatever it
code
is,
in?
if it's okay, just put it in there.
Okay.
So 43.
You don't have to know who or what or.
Yeah. All right. So we just need to know that it's definitely going to happen.
All right, so if we held central office as is and held the triplicate number, the 34,000 as is, carried that over.
We didn't vote on that one.
I know we didn't. I just want to do a hypothetical to see if those reductions are just carried as is.
It's highlighted in
Where do we land?
Can we do the 17,000 too and just see?
Anything that's not voted on, maybe highlight in green or something. I just want to do a hypothetical carryover. to kind of see where we land. So we kind of look at real world.
I think it's just like, like 130,000 off.
That's the two teachers.
I think that's maybe all there is.
130.
It's the 130 differential.
Mm-hmm.
It's the two teachers.
So it does come down to that. That's interesting. Well, I mean, in this context, it would come down to that. Not looking at anywhere else in the budget besides what's on this tracker. I'll say it again.
So the highlight in blue is the areas that aren't necessarily voted on, but we're just, for the hypothetical situation, we added them in.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And now we'll get rid of them more quickly.
No, leave them in.
No, please don't. Come on.
No, leave it as highlighted and see what
No,
else we
that's-
can find.
Please, that's fake data at this point. Don't do it. It gives me so many headaches in my actual job when people do this. Please just remove it.
I just wanted to get a glimpse. I'm okay with it going back.
The blue numbers, like
The fake numbers.
Oh, the fake.
we're off by 130,000 because that's the reduction we didn't take.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
You're up about that.
Is the 34 in the superintendent's office in there for right now?
That was.
We tried.
Yeah.
We just had that up as a hypothetical.
Oh, all right.
And that's
That
where
was
we
one
fell
of the
130 short.
hypotheticals. All right.
Which just confirmed the fact that it was the 130 adjustment in the elementary teachers
Yeah.
that we need to make up for somewhere else in order to get to the number again.
All right, so now,
Now it's 11.
yeah, now it's 11, and so we know no more tracker. We're not looking at tracker anymore. We know it's 130,000. Well, we could look at tracker just for the central office and the enrichment program.
And one
We're not going to go through this whole tracker.
Save that.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And now we know we have to find at least $130,000.
Oh, he's
Are we going, it's 11 o'clock.
I know.
Where'd all
Want
it
to
go?
continue?
Where'd it go? Oh, okay.
Or do we need another meeting?
He's going to copy and paste it.
Let me just say that.
Get nervous with that.
Save it and then send it right now, I guess.
Yes.
is the best way.
And could you just send the Excel sheet?
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Yes.
All right, so we didn't go over anything else.
Consent agenda real quick,
We could do quick for 5 minutes. We could do the consent agenda
at least.
at least. Yeah, that's it.
Sam talk too.
And Sam, you want to talk to her?
I need my friends
It's a union thing.
All right. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you,
Can you
Ray.
send us-
Thank
Can
you,
you send that
Lori.
to us? What else? Are you supposed to send something else?
He's going to send
Oh, the object code.
Yeah, okay.
What are we looking at?
All right. Go.
Can't leave because Andrea's not online anymore.
Yeah, you can go stay, man.
We're just stuck.
We'll let Sam give his report. We'll let Sam give his report, and then we'll do the consent agenda, and then we'll just, if you think there's something else that we really have to do that's real quick, we can do it. But other than that, we should just call it a night.
So all the other stuff would be tabled until
Yeah, so
next meeting?
we have to think of a date where we could all come back and finish up, do these policies, and we need to do Juneteenth. We need to talk about that. I mean, would that be a quick discussion, Juneteenth, or short?
I would anticipate that would be pretty quick.
Quick?
Yeah, it was pretty quick last year.
So we have a COW coming up that honors a lot of people.
Right.
And in the past, we've just had a
Well, let Sam give his report, so Sam can go. Go ahead, Sam.
Okay. Yeah, I've only got 3 things to report on tonight anyway, so thank you. First of all, our full department, maintenance and custodial, are in promotion and graduation mode, needless to say. We're preparing for all these other events that are going on in the elementary schools, middle school, and high school as we get to those 2 dates coming up. I believe the middle school's on the 10th, and graduation is on the 13th on that Friday. So we're getting ready to set that stuff up, stage, et cetera, so on and so forth.
Do we know the time of that? Because I thought it was 4:30, and then it says in the calendar 6. It says on our thing 6. Just want.
Somebody reported to me it's 4:30, but
That's what I heard.
We might have changed it to like 5.
Yeah, because Adrian mentioned about the storms.
Did you hear 4:30 too?
I heard that it was,
Because I think
I was told
Grasso
4:30, but I
is
don't-
coming in at 5:30 or 6. Do you know when Grasso's coming in, Mike? When is theirs?
I do not know that for sure. But we have like I think it's on the school calendar, like our school calendar right now. It says 6 somewhere.
I saw Joyce had put it in for 6, but then they were trying to avoid the traffic jam with Grasso's.
So what time is the graduation?
And we know about the thunderstorms.
So what time is the
Does
graduation?
anybody that knows about weather verify that for me? 'Cause that would be- if we were a 4 o'clock thunderstorm, I'm going to feel really bad.
Somebody knows the weather pretty good. I forget where I heard that. Anyway, so what time is graduation so we can move on from this?
I think it's 4:30, but I'll double check.
4:30.
I will find out from Matt. But I'm
thunderstorms generally occur during the graduation ceremony.
and then we have to run inside. We don't like it.
That's the timing, actually. Just
When I was at Ledyard, it actually struck one of the light poles on the football field one week.
Wow.
Because the principal wouldn't call it early. So my second item is the water testing that we talked about in our schools. We're starting with Fitch High School and Charles Barnum, and I'm working with Groton Utilities. I offered them a couple of dates to do that. Needs to be done 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, so they have to set up with their guys, make sure they're available, and so on. So we're hoping to be able to do that this week, to start those this week. And the third item is I am going to be in Branford, Connecticut tomorrow morning for the electric school bus workshop. So I'll be able to report next week on that when we get back together. So that's it for tonight, unless you have any questions.
Nope.
How are we doing with the HVAC stuff? Is it all set with the town? They have, John Burt has all the information he has for the...
Yeah, I gave John everything that he needed for his part in that.
Okay. Matthew, you had your...
Yeah, I love Sam's presence here, but it's such a long time for him to be here. Would you be comfortable if he had the option of being online so he have some...
I don't do online unless I absolutely have to.
Okay, well, I mean, it was for your benefit.
I'd like to see your face and see what kind of reaction I'm going to get from you when I get my report.
Yeah, can't play poker online.
Charles Barnum roof, is that happening this summer?
It was, I think Ray's gone. It was denied again by the state, and so we have to resubmit it. So depends
There's
upon whether
someone
they
new in
accept it.
charge.
It can only go in the first 10 days of the month, so we will be resubmitting it again at the beginning of the month. And if everything comes to fruition, it's possible, but the time frame is getting so close, I'm not positive that'll happen this summer. It's also a roof. I've done roofs previously while school is taking place, but that particular building is not conducive to that. The ceilings are low, and they're younger kids. So I've done it in a high school, which is bad enough. But
So what's the thing with, what did we have to get approval with the state for?
we have to.
Oh,
we
money?
submit for the grant money for the money
All right.
itself. So there were a couple of problems with numbers matching up between the architect and the submission. So they're correcting that, and we're going to resubmit it at the beginning of the month.
All right. And then one other question. Have we started shutting off the EV plugs at night?
We have not. I think my understanding was the last time that we talked was that I was going to tell you, I was going to give you the wording on the signs that we were going to put up first, and then we were going to do that. The other thing that has happened since we talked about shutting them off at night and then turning them on back on the daytime. I don't know if you have been, I don't do social media because I don't want to hear about myself. But my secretary does, and she let me know that there have been some comments about allowing the staff to charge for free, but not allowing citizens to charge for free in these. So there's some concerns about that in the community. So I don't know whether we want to reconsider that or not.
We had the safety security meeting when you were out, and one of the things that was discussed around was to just turn it off for the summertime and just say that, some of them aren't working anyway, but just to turn them off throughout the summer and see if there's a cost differential and, make our decision after that as kind of a test.
I would just say that for anyone in the community that is concerned with that, to send us emails or come to a public comment and share your concerns directly with us, not through social media. That's not an effective way of communication. Come to us directly. We have all our email addresses are on the website. So if there is a concern about what policies we're discussing in regards to those chargers, come forward, share your thoughts, and we'll take them into consideration.
Just quickly, functionally, whether it's limited to staff or everyone during the school hours, that'd probably work out because the staff would get there first. Right?
There's people who park overnight.
But with shutting it off overnight, then that wouldn't be an issue, right? So.
Yeah.
Well, and I think the concern is people going on the property, so the signage was about, that you had to be there for school reasons. You'd have to be, you can't just come and park the car during the school day.
School reasons, but I think we had talked about limiting it to staff.
Right. And if I'm reading, I'm not sure if I'm reading the subjects correctly in your comments, but I was perceiving that some people were upset that it would be exclusive to staff and not available to taxpayers as a whole.
That's what I've been.
Okay. Well, for those people, please come share your thoughts directly.
Were there not also comments to the effect that people who don't own EVs, why don't they get vouchers for gas stations?
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that.
Teachers get to fill up, but not.
Actually, I heard that in the school building from some staff members that they should also get vouchers to pay for their gas if others are going to pay for their electricity.
But the real concern,
It's not an easy subject for sure.
the real concern is that people in the community are parking in parking spaces that teachers do need. And that also they're staying there and, and coming and going in a school parking lot. And, the playgrounds are right there. So there's a concern for safety. That's what was brought up at the safety committee.
Got it.
And then there's the cost factor.
People who are charging electric vehicles are good people.
Shutting them off for the summer sounds like a very equal opportunity.
Yeah, just to see where we are and see how much that saves us. And
Would you need us to give you direction?
Always.
Madam Chair, could we give him direction?
We didn't vote on it.
Well, we have to vote to add an item to the agenda, wouldn't we? And it has to pass by 2/3.
Just a quick side note. I just looked it up. June 13th, 2025, 6 p.m. for Grosso Tech graduation.
What time?
6 p.m.
And the 6 p.m. for listing for us is, I found it, I remember where it was. It's in this week's board notes at the end. So, and on the school calendar, it doesn't have a time.
Yeah, we can't do it 6 p.m., so it's going to be probably 4:30 or 5, but I'll check.
You made it to the end, huh?
Okay. So,
Board notes.
do we want to add the lecture? What's happening?
Somebody just popped a hand up. Oh, Anne Marie's in the attendees, and now she's in the panelist.
Yep. All right. Do we want to add the electric?
She just got home.
Charging. Yeah, she just got home. The charging station. Anne Marie, you got your hand up?
I do, and I did just get home. I want to let you know that one of our student reps today reported that the graduation is going to be at 4:30.
Okay, that's true. I'll fix it in the board notes. Okay.
Gotta remember They're the ones Graduate.
All right.
I knew it, so I didn't say
This
it.
is smart.
All right. Do we want to vote on whether we should turn off the, you want to wait till another day? We got to do.
We have, I think we have a finance and facilities meeting next week, right?
Yeah.
And so I was planning on bringing some verbiage for a sign to that meeting. And then we can talk.
And can you give us an update? You'll give us like where you are with fixing stuff in the schools and stuff?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's just.
It's just one quick one. Graduation door field bleachers. Is it safe to load those up? I mean, I know they've got the limitations with gaps underneath and things like that, but is it safe to load them up with a bunch of people? Well, it's been raining the last 2 years, so.
We do it before that.
I don't have any reason to think otherwise. If you think we should have a study done before that or an inspection
I'm just asking. We
Did
talked
they load it up for
about
football?
that a lot.
Did they load
right?
it up for football this year?
Yes.
Huh?
Okay, that's you.
We can give it to my committee, we'll talk about it.
We're on the field, though.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I think Dean's an attorney. He could probably tell me I should never say that something is actually safe. But
Yeah, no.
All right, let's go to action item number 8, the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Don't everybody rush at the same time.
Second, Thomas.
Thank you, Ian and Ian. Any comments? I'd like to thank the Knights of Columbus for donating $500 to the Transition Academy, and Electric Vote donated $17,000 to be used by the elementary summer STEM camp. Thank you to both of those organizations. We much appreciate it. Jay?
I hate to bring this up, but
I know what he's going to say.
this has to go to town council and RTM from.
That's right. We
Yeah.
will.
EB.
Yeah.
Yep, we will.
The 10,000, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And we'll have the superintendent or the business office send it up to the town council and then to the RTM for approval.
There'll be thank you letters are going to go out, right?
What's that?
Thank you letters.
And thank you letters will go out for sure.
All right, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
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 That includes all the minutes and those two, acceptance of the two gifts. All those opposed? Abstain? Approved. Okay. So let's see when we can, real quick, I want to have another meeting to go through some of this stuff. And we'll have to call a special meeting.
Yeah. But we could do the Juneteenth, can't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, let me go back to that. All right, go ahead, Mike. You got it? You want to make a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve the observation of Juneteenth on June 19th, 2025 for 12-month employees.
And the reason, do I have a second?
Second, Thomas.
Okay. Mike and Ian. The reason why it says 12-month employees is because the teachers don't work usually on June 19th. So, and the paras don't, so we're only going to pay the people that actually going to work on that day.
It's usually central office here and then the maintenance and secretaries, yeah.
So I'd like to move an amendment. Okay, the way it's written now, I understand the intention, and I agree with the intention, but to say for 12-month employees may make it sound as if we are not treating all of our employees equally. It could be construed that way. So I would suggest deleting the words 12-month employees and putting in the words all employees working that date. Accomplishes the same thing, but it's very clear, in my opinion.
Anybody want to second it? Going once, twice?
Well, I'll second it.
Okay. Discussion.
As long as it legally means the same thing, it doesn't get us. I don't know if this was crafted because it was from last year,
I'm fine either way.
I think there is a different class. 12-month employee is a classification, like as a teacher, or as any position. You know, I know that my position where I work, it was defined as a 12-month position. You know, that's like in my job classification, and so I mean, I think it's legitimate. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it's necessary.
I mean, would there be any summer staff working? That's before school starts, right?
So we do have curriculum writing, and we have camps and summer camps, but nothing is scheduled for that day on purpose. So we worked around that 19th day because we've observed it before, so they didn't have any of the camps or programs running on that 19th. So we wouldn't be at risk either way.
Okay, all those in favor of the amended motion?
The amendment first.
Amendment,
As
thank you,
amended, if
thank you,
possible.
thank you. Keep me legal here. All those in favor of the amendment? What was the amendment anyway? Say it again.
To eliminate the 12 months.
To eliminate the phrase 12-month employees and insert in its stead all employees working that date.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment as spoken by Matthew, say aye. Oppose? Jay, are you there, Jay? No. Okay. So it fails.
Not the first time I've lost.
6-2. Wait. 5-2 to.
No, you have the yays. How many yays were there?
Yays.
2 in favor, 5
2 in favor,
opposed.
5 opposed. And Jay? I don't know about Jay.
Well, he's an abstention.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm opposed to that.
Okay. So
2 to 6.
2 in favor, 7 opposed.
6.
6. Yeah, that's right. We only have 8 people. Okay. And 0 abstentions. Okay. All those in favor of the motion as written to approve the observation of Juneteenth on June 19th, 2025 for the 12-month employees. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstention? So 7 in favor, 0 abstentions, and 1 opposed.
And everybody's happy.
And everybody's happy. Okay. So I'm looking on the calendar, on my calendar anyway. And I don't know. We can't have a meeting on June 2nd, but how do you all...
3 or 5?
The 3rd, June 3rd?
What day of the week is that?
Tuesday.
Gene, isn't that when our meeting is, or is it kind of
That is the,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what?
Finance and facilities is the
Then we make that one, it's fine, I suppose.
Can you make it at 5, Jen? Okay. You sure? Okay. So we'll have a special board meeting on June 3rd.
Yeah.
And finance and facilities at 5.
This is June 3rd.
Is that good with everybody? Is that good with you?
Wait, June 3rd?
Yeah.
No, it's not good with me.
Oh. All right.
I already typed it in.
Yeah, but it's the majority rules.
Yeah.
My phone died, so I'll never know until.
Does it work if we did it a little bit later or
76
something?
If it's not.
Or not at all?
I think it's okay then.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, if it was later, maybe, but I don't know. No, that date doesn't work for me.
And we'd be doing what, the policies?
We'll be doing the policies, talking more about the budget.
Yeah.
We got to get that going because Ray, I figured, when is Ray need the budget?
Like a couple of weeks before the end of this week.
yeah, the sooner the better, because he
So
doesn't
we got to
need
talk
this
about the budget.
right away. Yeah.
That will be our first thing, is the budget.
That's just next week.
I think so.
Can we kind of have the back end of this agenda too? Like, I mean, I'm willing to stay here if others want to bring up communications and other items, but could we put that at the back end of that special meeting too?
Yeah.
Yeah, like basically everything that wasn't handled in this agenda would be on that special meeting.
Yeah.
And Monday, June 2nd was out for sure?
Negotiations we have.
Yep.
No. And what about Wednesday the 4th? Does that work for anyone?
I have a meeting that day.
I could do Thursday.
I can't do Thursday. Well, if you twist my arm, I probably could do
I think Thursday, actually, you know what?
I can make Thursday work.
I think the 3rd and the 5th are different awards nights. And
We have all those awards nights.
and also the 9th.
The 5th,
think those are-
We have a meeting the 9th, probably, right?
Let's have a breakfast meeting.
so the 5th is senior awards night.
Okay. 3rd is underclassmen.
Guys, they're getting those in board notes, you know.
And then
Under,
Yeah.
June 3rd.
An underclassmen in the 3rd, right?
Underclassmen is the 3rd.
Yeah.
She was going too fast.
Underclassmen's the 3rd?
And CK has the
I
music.
probably got to be at that one, actually.
You're going to be there.
Underclass, yeah, I got a junior.
What's on the 5th?
The 5th is a senior awards night.
Okay, so.
And I think on the 9th is the athletics awards for.
Seniors.
What about the June 10th then?
So,
Is that a Friday?
No, that's a Tuesday.
Grade level, that's eighth grade
can't do that.
promotion, and that's really getting out there in June. I think we have to figure out
Oh, that's true.
something here.
Well,
I mean, you can do it. I can't be at some of those.
I might be able to drop in virtually for the 3rd.
The 3rd?
So
I won't be able to be on the 3rd then.
The 3rd is the
It's
Underclassmen.
underclassmen awards night. Probably at 6.
I think that is that like when they do National Honor Society for the younger, get like,
It's like every award for everyone except seniors, basically.
yeah,
And they had the National Honor Society
We already
induction
did
they
that.
did that one. Okay.
I'm getting worried
What
that
about
if
the
we wait another week, that's going to be really hard.
Can you do the
Do we have a, do we have a,
Can you do the 4th?
yeah, the
It's
4th.
better if everybody can
Yeah,
be
yeah, yeah.
here.
No, I can do the
Because
4th.
I wouldn't want to do the 3rd if
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
not here because you have some ideas that you want to
Appreciate it.
articulate, so that sounds
It's
good.
Thursday.
can we do 6:30?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So let's do end at a reasonable time because this is ridiculous.
Well, extenuating circumstances. I mean,
Right, that's true.
budget adjustments, that's some serious business. I mean, that needs time.
It's the AM report.
So June 4th at 6:30?
Yeah, June 4th, 6:30.
June
Is that
4th,
good with
6:30.
everybody?
That's good with me.
June 4th, 6th.
I'm going to send a text to Jen.
Our financial facilities back to 6 or
Yeah, yeah.
5?
Nope, you can move it back
6.
to 6.
Just have it concurrently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Okay, let me send you a text. Okay, do you have a motion to adjourn?
We can't do it. Adrian's not, Andrew's not here.
The other word.
No, we can't adjourn.
We're adjourning.
Andrew's not here, so.
Yeah.
See if she'll stop us.
So moved.
Thank you, Ian.
Somebody
Ian
got to
made
do
the
it.
motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? Michael?
Discussion.
All those in favor?
Sorry.
All right, we're done. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.